Hello. So, uh, welcome if you're new. My name's Claire, not Crystal. And yes, as I'm currently filming this one, it is my birthday, although it's approaching 7:30 here at night. And when we get older, it's not as big a deal. But I have to say, guys, I can highly recommend having less friends because I used to have a shitload and I've been way more spoiled and basically I love everything. I'm not gonna lie, I have always had a good time on my birthday, really. Well, it's always started out good, and then I think because of drink and all different things, and I worked out later on it was because this is just a crazy time of year. But yeah, long story short, it is really crazy. Like I've never been this. I'm just in total receiving mode. So yeah, I'm just in total and empress mode. But I must be doing something right because literally it's like I'm just chilling, and I would have just been pretty happy just fucking being myself really and doing just and it's I mean so far I mean just because there's nobody here yet I'll just have a wee chin wag with it like I always do. If you're new, get used to it. That's what we do around here. And by the way, I'm going to call this a love stream, never mind a live stream. That came to me when I woke up the other day and I was like, that is what this is. It's a twin flame love stream. Every time we're doing it, it's just healing love. Do you know what I mean? Because love comes in all forms. I wouldn't be surprised if I pull out a card about that because I did just see one in the deck. Anyway, but yeah, it's been really, really nice. Yeah. Like I've had a whole weekend of chilled birthdayness and then yeah, then it's not even stopping because I've just been offered to be taken out for my lunch tomorrow. Okay. I was like, all right, okay, cool. So yeah, no, because what day was it? So I was out Saturday about my mum, and that's a day I'll write about at some point. Put it that way, there was just a whole load of magical synchronicities. Just after, yeah, I'll talk about that another time. And then Sunday, my one of my best pals took me out, and that was lovely. And then I think today we had a wee break. I was fucking knackered. That's why I couldn't even do mediumship Monday. I was just in my bed from people in. Really just from, because again, I'm not even going to lie, guys, on the weekends, even if I've not had a lot of clients, and that I can't even claim that the last few months, but even when I have one client, it does take a lot of energy out of me because of the nature of my work. But yeah, I was just shattered. But again, it's because, like I was saying today, I said today, it's not the best birthday I have, to be honest. But I mean, I have had a really lovely day. And that's why I was fucking calling it a night. Do you know what I mean? It's like after this bedtime. But it's I can feel that eclipse energy is nuts. Like, so I'm quite interested to see how people are doing out there. But what else? So yeah, the wee break yesterday. And then my other best pal made me my lunch today, and that was just beautiful. I cried when I saw what she'd done. So just made me a wee high tea. So again, that was, yeah, I was really grateful for that, and that was just lovely. And then I'm just doing this because nobody's here right now, by the way. Yeah, and then like I said, and then my sister just offered to take me out for lunch tomorrow. And I was like, all right then, free lunches are us. Do you know what I mean? I would have been happy with a coffee, but yeah, bring on the food. So yeah, so that was really nice. And then obviously my wee nieces as well. And I was trying to post the wee pictures because my niece was drawing pictures today, which were absolutely like they're blowing me away. It's like she was drawing me pictures, and then she was like, can you write a song beside it? And I was like, what? And then yeah, so she was getting me to write a wee song beside it. It was really creative. So I'll show you what I mean if my phone will let me. But no, it was really, really nice. So yeah. So that was just my wee granny catch-up chat there, if you're wondering. Right, so what else? But seriously, I feel there is something in that for other people that that's definitely either getting me home in on it, that less is more, whichever way you want to take that in your life. But it's just crazy. It's kind of like, God, it is crazy that at one point I was surrounded by so many people. It's like everyone's my best friend. You think you need all these people, and it really is less is more, because it's like I've got, my closest friends that I consider my closest friends. I can count on one hand now, literally. I think there's 5 of them I could do, but it's like maybe set, but you know what I mean? It's like, and yeah, but these are all the people that I've spent the most time with, either literally in person or spoke to them on the phone, or like, and today as well, even my cousin lives in England, but like she sang Happy Birthday in a video with her wee 1.5-year-old, which she was just kind of like, what the fuck's going on? But do you know what I mean? Like, even that, it's really, you know what I mean? It was all, yeah, basically all my favourite people. And now I'm hanging with my favourite people here. Do you know what I mean? My fave 509 people. The new people can count too. And I mean, also, I've liked it from other account. That means it's like, you know, it's, yeah. So I wish this for you to be your vibe as well each and every day. But what I'm saying is it's a nice chilled one. So what else was I going to say? Yes, and thank you to people that have wished me happy birthday. And thank you to Charlotte, because Charlotte sent me, so someone was taking notes the other day, and Charlotte wasn't even here live. But and thank you, because I know even just when people show up, your presence is enough and everything. But yeah, I just got home and there was and of course, one of I'm just going to read this, but it is my favourite one. It is my favourite one. So I'm assuming this deck would have been on my Amazon wish list thing. Because remember, basically what I was saying the other day was, you've got YouTubers that I've got, I'm a YouTuber, I like saying that, but it's like, you've got YouTubers or, you know, people that do what I do, that I've got thousands of people that, like, they basically say, like, oh, I'll buy another deck when I get a donation. I'm like, here's me fucking buying all my own decks and, like, you know, using up all my money to do it for people. And that it is just kind of like, right, I really do need to, you know, so I basically told myself months ago, I'm not buying myself another deck. I don't need another deck. I've got hundreds. Hi Nathan, how are you? And so, but no, that's nice. So thank you to Charlotte for giving me this one. The Hero's Journey, which I do feel is very apt for the new moon solar eclipse in Aries, because we're Aries sun and moon. Thank you very much. It's not belated, it's now. It's today. So thank you. It's just been like, I was just saying there, because nobody was here, I was just having a wee chat, and I was just saying, it's, you know, it's basically felt like my birthday since Saturday. So yeah, Saturday, Sunday, was given a wee break on Monday, which was yesterday, and then today's my actual birthday. And then my mum made me a cake and everything. Yeah, it's just really lovely. Like, yeah, I'm just feeling very loved. And you know, that's what a couple of years of not feeling very loved. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, I did not get, you know, the couple of years before that, when we were going through all the weirdness, was a strange time, wasn't it? But anyway, yeah, I've just noticed in the back of the deck it's Joseph Campbell, and he's one of my favourites. And one of this quote is one of my favourites. Follow your bliss, but it's a longer one. Oh, hello, Charlotte. I was just saying thank you so much. By the way, guys, I know I've not really responded to the comments. I'm not going to claim it was, well, I suppose it was because it was my birthday, but it was more just I needed, because last week, I know I don't need to explain myself, but you know what I'm like, it's like, I'm polite, right? It's like, that's what people, if people don't know me very well, they could miss that. Like, I might swear a lot and be quite blunt, but I really am quite polite. Do you know what I mean? I've got my son in the house of Virgo. So Virgo's very polite and kind and, you know, practical, which is why I probably am always buying my own cards. So I'm very grateful, Charlotte, that you sent me this, because yeah, I just really like the look of it. But the quote in the back is, follow your bliss and doors will open for you that you never knew existed. Follow your bliss and the universe will open doors for you where there were only walls. Wow, hello, the doors thing. The doors quote is that's a band as well. That might be relevant to someone. But the doors are very relevant, because on eclipses, it is doors closing and other ones opening. Do you know what I mean? So, but no, thanks. That feels magical. It was really lovely. It was under my mat, Charlotte, when I arrived home. So that was a nice wee surprise, because I've been, like I said, I've been out all day. And then I just quit while I was ahead. I was like, listen, I've had a really lovely day and I can feel some major tension building. And with double, you know, sun, and, you know, I haven't really sort of thought about astrology too much, other than I know that it's the last of Aries season, and the moon is already in Aries, and we're building up to that eclipse. You know, for us in the UK, it's Thursday, but it's, you know, I think it's late tomorrow night for other people in the world. But I was quite a while I was ahead, because I've had a nice calm day, and but I can feel that energy building. You know, because remember, Aries is anger. So hello, Michelle. So it's chaotic, you know what I mean? I mean, remember, I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but when my mum was pregnant with me, I was a miracle baby. Like, she was told that she was 39 and holding, yeah. And it's really funny when I post, well, it's not really funny, but when I post the picture of like the my birthday card that my friend done me today, she put so much effort in it. It's so weird. On the back, it's got these, it's like Scrabble stickers, but it's got with love. And I said, that's really weird. It's got ones and fours on it. And maybe like fours and ones are my favorite, but it's also, it's like I activate that energy and like in others, do you know what I mean? So it's like, that's because she didn't pick it because of that. I was like, that was weird. And then also in the front, it had a C and an X, which is just meant to be like clear and, you know, like a kiss. But it was a 3 and an 8, 38. And I thought that's quite funny when I'm leaving 38. So I was like, oh, that's weird. But I mean, everyone's a sign, but it really is. Like, listen, see, when you're a shaman and a medium, and everything really is. And to anyone, when you open your eyes, it's just, if you're in my life, I'll open your eyes up even more because I open, awaken, and amplify people's clears. You know, the course that I forgot to get on with. I will. It's like, what I'm saying is, what we're going into Taurus season. Then it's Cancer. I'll not be up for it in Cancer. Wait a minute, I've missed Gemini. It's Taurus, then Gemini, isn't it? Then it's Cancer. Maybe Gemini, actually. Maybe Gemini season. Yes, it was. It was sunny here, but it was a wee bit chilly. I'm not gonna lie, it was a wee bit chilly. But it was quite nice. My mum and dad's garden always gets the sun track. So like say after I've been at my pals, it was nice to just chill and sat in the garden. My wee niece was drawing all these wee amazing pictures. So I'll post it. It'll let me post them at some point. So please don't let me forget. I'm going to pull a card from this deck that Charlotte's given me. Well, thank you again. I'm loving it. I've not even looked at it, by the way. I've not even shuffled or anything. That was me getting that. So that quote will be very, very meaningful to people out there. What was the other thing? I don't know. It'll come back to me. I've got the Cali cards. I'm definitely going to pull one of them because it feels like we need that'll be relevant to people. Yeah, I won't spend too much time about this. Probably because it's what I will say is on that shorts, like really I'd say for the rest of the week. But it's just it's just, sorry, I'm getting pulled to everything in my room. It's really quite amazing that on my birthday every year, I have the most magical day ever. And it's not really so much, like I said, I'm really grateful because I do feel very loved. And I just looked at a card that says you're loved. I'm not shitting you when I said that. Look at this. I'm sure it says that. Look, oh my God. That's crazy. Look, they just pulled my eyes to you're loved. You're here for a reason, don't fuck it up. So there, I'm feeling somebody's maybe feeling not so loved because there's my big ass in there. Because you're here for a reason, don't fuck it up's on the back. And so it's not a coincidence I just said you're loved. Because I am feeling very loved. So you are loved. Whoever's not feeling loved, you're loved. And that's why I'm here, babe. I'm not kidding. It's like I do want to try my best to stick to. I was thinking about this, guys. So again, you know what we're like. I know this is a public platform, and anyone could be watching and replay this would be boring, but you just can help me out with this because I do get stuck in my head with stupid stuff, really. But I mean, you know, each their own. I think what I might do is because I do mediumship Monday anyway. I think on the days where I can't be bothered doing a live mediumship Monday, I will just pre-record it and then I'll do a premiere, or I'll just not do a premiere. I thought, you know, it depends what I can be arsed, or I'll do a premiere and other people can chat and I won't. And then Tuesday to Thursday, I'll do a love stream, as I've called it. And then I'll give myself the Friday off, you know, unless I was really like, oh, but I kind of thought about that. I thought, you know, everybody Friday night, just want to clock off. I don't really want to commit to doing that on a Friday night. Yeah. So that's what I think I'll do. I think I'll make it Tuesday to Thursday. That'll definitely do it. And then, like I say, if I want to do a Monday, that feels better to me because I've always got my Monday off. And then, you know, Friday long, you know, it's kind of a long weekend anyway. But so that feels good to me when I say it. But yeah, every year on my birthday, I always have these magical synchronicities with the spirit world. And let me tell you, today was no different. I know that came to me the other day when I woke up and I thought, why have I never thought to call it that before? It is a love stream. We're a twin flame channel and it's all about love. And we all love each other. That's why we're loved. And that's why I'm here as well. You know what I mean? It's like, yous are my favourite. You know what I mean? Even the people that don't talk, you're loved as well. But like the video when you come in, people that don't talk and people that talk, please. and thank you. See the Virgo politeness. But yeah, I felt my loved ones in spirit around me. Like, you know, my ancestors, you know, I wouldn't call my granny my ancestor, but that is your ancestors, you know what I mean? Like my grandma, my nana, and different people in the spirit world. And then the message that came out, you know, was that, you know, it's for everyone, but it was really, all I'm going to say is that was really special. So today I open new doors to life and I have everything within me to take this new step. So that's the quote for today. So bear in mind that anyone could be watching this at any point, it'll still make sense. And then the card was summer. Everything that you're asking for becomes yours in the summertime. So obviously with us now being, and there's another one that says your things manifest in the spring, and we are in spring. But that's something that's like, something's building, so it's not yet here, but it will be. So that'll be different things for different people, but that felt really special. And also because I'd been drawn to the fact that there was something about flowers, and I've been drawn to flowers now. And remember, flowers is what I work with in my mediumship. It's you know, at one point, I mean, all the different labels I got for myself, I was going to call myself the flower medium because am I meant to get the flower cards now? I don't know where they are. They're over there. So yeah, that was really lovely because I did. Yeah, so anyway, I'm shuffling these right now. There's that. Oh, and also it's just, this is a really strong energy today because remember, it's my, like, again, it's not just like, what I'm saying is I'm not like, that makes me cringe. Like, I'm not saying this because it's my birthday, because it's not my union. Do you know what I mean? I'm here to channel the unions, but I'm always usually bringing through drama, like as in twin flame separate, you know, the separation of it, or unions. But it's the fact that my birthday, 184, 84, all the numbers, when I've done that before, it comes up, the tarot card for me is the Four of Wands, which is the twin flame union card. A lot of people say, you know, 1111, make a wish. So that's, you know, it's literally that's one part of my calling, is to bring in this union energy. Like I say, ironically, even if like my unions like last or never happens, because I've got Chiron in the 7th house, to be real, do you know what I mean? And I'm well aware of that. But I'm just showing up and doing what I'm here to do. Like I was laughing at if your comment doesn't appear right away, by the way, it's because it's so weird. See if you don't talk all the time, but Nathan, you should be getting through the net a wee bit more there. If you don't talk all the time, I don't know why, because I've not got the ability to set that, but it's like it does it itself. If you talk all the time, I've noticed the ones that have been talking for the longest, your comments go straight away. Like they don't usually get caught in the filter thing. But anybody else, if you're new to me, just it's not me holding it back. It's just if I don't, sometimes I don't find it for a few days. Sometimes I didn't. One time I didn't find it for a couple of months. But yeah, usually I think, and it's like weird, it's on one phone I can see it, another one I can't. So basically I have actually seen people's comments, but I just had no energy after doing all those love streams. So, and then like I said, I have been busy all weekend. And then I was just tired yesterday. So, but yeah, it is, I can feel that exciting energy, but again, it's also, I can feel the drama of a lot of karmic crap going on and stuff. I can feel it in there. So yes. Anyway, right, so let me see what I'm going to, in talking of that, I'm going to shuffle these Kali cards first. And by the way, this is what I literally always forget to do. Because I'm going to do it that, I think I'm going to do it on a Tuesday that I do the cards for people, but no the day, right? Okay, because I'm in receiving mode, right? So it's like, I'm giving the collective message, but I'm not, but, wait a minute, I can't do all these things at once. I know nobody's asking me to do all. Wait a minute, I just need to slow down, Claire. Just slow down, it's fine. Right, I need to take some words out because this is too. Right, I've taken words out, but it's just, so basically, yeah, if anybody wants cards, here's the ones like, you know, the ones for free and the ones for 6. And I think, wait a minute, why? That shouldn't be like that. fuck's sake, what is this doing? Oh, there we go. Right, so this is what I'm going to put every time. And then I will pick one day of the week where, so that's just for the purposes of replaying that as well, where I will do that, like, I'll do free ones, but not every night, because like I say, it teaches people to be dependent. So, but it is nice, it's nice when I've had that happen, and believe me, over the last few months, I've had that happen a lot when I'm really needing something to keep my spirits up, and I'm always grateful when I catch that. So I like to be that for others. I don't overdo it, because I am an overgiver, and I feel like I've got quite a good balance of that. Clearly, with all the free lunches coming at me, I'm sure there's a joke in that, but I'm literally getting free lunches and free dinners, guys. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know when it's going to stop. I mean, my birthday's, it's been happening since Saturday, and it's no stop because again, I mean, maybe that's the next free one, the last supper. I don't know what any of these things mean. A free lunch and the last supper. These are sayings. That's hilarious. And someone's telling me I should really have an. I'm kind of feeling like I shouldn't be on here that long because it's my birthday, but fuck it. Do you know what I mean? If I'm having fun, like, you know what I mean? This is another fucking day. I've had a nice time. I've had a fucking birthday since Saturday, and it's continuing tomorrow, so it's cool. The thing is, I might be like, I don't fucking bother going for a free lunch. I'm actually tired. Do you know what I mean? Because Wednesdays might be my rest day again. Like I go for it Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because although I won't do a live stream on Friday, I have clients on Friday. That's why I'm saying I think I'll be too tired to do a live. Anyway, we'll see. I'll swap all about. I'll change it. By the way, and also, can I just say, the only person that fucking voted, I'm pretty sure, was Michelle for 6:30. So I think it'd be quite rude if I didn't at least do a live at 6:30. But the majority of my audience is actually in the UK, which is quite interesting. And also it's half and half. Half people are subscribed and half people lurk me and they don't want to subscribe. So but yeah, I think I might do a couple lunchtime, like I don't know, 1 or something my time, which I know is quite early for some of you. So sorry, and then I'll do 2 or that time. That's the shit I'm not going to overthink. I'll just work that out. Right, let me see these wee comments. So like you said, I'll reply to these other comments. Sorry, I shouldn't really do that. I'll reply to these other comments probably late tonight when I'm in bed or tomorrow. So Pisces moon, I can't stand, guys. Do you know what I mean? Pisces moon people, you're magical. Although I did say what I said that night, and it's true. Yeah, I don't like when it's in Pisces. It's too overwhelming. I just get so overwhelmed, so I need to type myself. But I feel like it's like night and day. Like yesterday, I felt extreme overwhelm, and today, and I was just so tired. I could not even do any. I couldn't even film a wee shitty 5-minute video. It wouldn't be shitty. It'd be what someone needed to hear. But I just thought no, and I wasn't guided to. And then with that card being rest, and then today I feel great. So do you mean this is everything I'm saying? If you're new, this is important because. And can I just say as well, the North Node, you're the destiny, the collective destiny of the world right now. It might be your destiny if you're North Node Taurus, because a lot of you 1985ers are. I might say something really important here. I mean, arguably, I say something really important all the time because I'm a collective channel, so I'm saying things that people need to hear. But I don't know what it is. But it's either today or, but I usually always do when I go live on my birthday. I usually do say something either controversial or really quite important. So maybe for one person, maybe for a few people, maybe for the world. But yeah, just specifically with that being conjunct my Mercury, I think I could say something really quite important to people need to hear. So I'm not planning it. I've noticed with astrology. What else? And I've went very serious, haven't I? Anyway. But astrology matters, I suppose, is the point here too, guys. You know what I mean? My Pisces energy is very sensitive and great for doing healing work, great for personal sessions if I can be up to it. But not so great for this high energy stuff. So, but as soon as the stuff goes in Aries, fucking perfect for me, fuck it, let's go. Do you know what I mean? So that is just unique to me. But talking about Aries moon in particular, that's good for anyone to get something done. It's action, it's energy, but it's it matters. Like say you had Aries in the 12th, like Aries energy in the 12th house, might not be so much. Like it might be better for you to actually have a bit of downtime, you know, and then maybe you might crack on with stuff when the moon moves into Taurus and it's your first house, and that the first house is Aries. Do you know what I mean? So it'd be different for different people. Or maybe you just do sort of things for yourself. You crack on with things for yourself. So must be saying that for someone. Right. I'm popping off to read Treasure Island for bedtime. Oh, lovely. That's got to mean something too, because in that deck, Treasure Island's the really good card, the Colette Baron-Reid one. Treasure Island is about abundance, so there's another sign for us. Let's face it, there's every likeliness I will be live, because like I was saying, you know, I could say I'll come off in 30 minutes, but you know, if I'm still going, like why? So right. Oh, Nathan, have you done a video? I need to go and look at that. Have you? Is this what you mean about you've been being chatty? Have you actually started doing videos? I'll need to go and check that out. Yeah, keep it going. Right. And now everyone else that's led to will do it too, because of you know what I mean. Where we haven't even done a proper reading yet, but yet you've changed my life so much. Thank you, Bertie. Nathan, are you trying to make me cry? I've already cried today with those fucking sandwiches, and you know, I was like, this is like a high tea. I was like, I would have been happy with like, you know what I mean? It's so just anyway. But people, it's the little things like that, isn't it? It's but thank you for saying that, and I'm glad. I'm glad I've changed your life, and I hope there's many other people out there that feel the same. It means I do this for a reason. Do what works for you regarding time. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to work out. I would quite like the Virgo-ness in me, the routine, the rich, because you know that. So again, I'm doing a bit of astrology, clear astrology teaching while I'm doing this, right? That the reason why it's good for me personally, right, putting myself first, because again, historically speaking, when it comes to this work, I've never been in it for the money. Like seriously, cross my heart and hope down, drop down dead right now. It really doesn't go. You know, some people like don't say that, but I know I can say that because it's the God's honest truth. I'm one of God's chosen ones, and I'm here to. I just know I'm here to do the work and to help people. And so, like, I really am grateful. You know, whenever anyone gives back, whether it's like you know me receiving that from Charlotte Day, thank you, and then or whenever you know some of you have done that in the past as well, I'm grateful. Or whenever you book a session with me, or whenever you donate, whether it's for a card or like you say, sometimes people donate and it's just for thank you for all the other stuff you do. I am really grateful, and I've been grateful even when like things are so tough for me that I've not got any money. I thought like doing a pot to piss into that, and I'm still helping people. So it really does. Yeah, I love my work, and it's like I'm always and hopefully one day. Well, the thing is, not even one day. It's happened to me before where I've made a whole load of money literally overnight, but then you've got to work out how you done it. And it's the consistency. But that's like anything. That's like mediumship too. Whenever I've blown things out the park and then it'll be taken away from you, and they just remake the word mediumship. So that's for someone else. Anything. So maybe it's even when I was saying that to you, Nathan, about that, anything that like you're called to do, it's kind of like, you know, it's like you know, sometimes you can find it goes great the first time, and then you've got to kind of work out how you've done it. But yeah, it's but when you love something, it really doesn't matter. Like, which is why I say, like, you know, my Aries energy in the 5th house of Leo. I mean, that's just a big ball of childlike energy. And when I heal people, that is what they say. They just feel like they just laugh. When I personally one saying distance Reiki or shamanic healing or anything associated, people say that they can't stop laughing, and it's like the things in their life just don't even like it's probably is it an obscene amount? It's probably an obscene amount, and I don't know. They'll add a lot on. But Nathan, what you could do though is, you know, you could go. I know it's still a lot of money, but you could do you could do the 144 one, and then that takes a bit off it for you. And yeah, because I could look at your, I could do what I've done, I could look at your chart. And anyway, you see, because it's the first one, like I wouldn't mind if I go over the it's, I suppose it's just because remember, for a while I was actually doing, I was guided not to, because nobody even booked. It's so weird. Like that's what I mean. See, when I knock money off my prices, nobody books, and I mean nobody. I'd sometimes do half price sales in that, and literally nobody books, or it's the same person. Like honestly, I've done that. Like every time I do it, it's always the same person. I'm like, that's crazy. And I've even said to her sometimes, I think I literally just do that for you. But that then so be it. That's the way it is. A bit like when I say, am I just doing these live streams for like Michelle and Charlotte? Like because for a while it did seem like that. And yeah, so well, you can just email me if it. Like I said, I'm really quite trusting, but being that trusting has burnt me big time in the past. I've basically been bumped. But I always hold out. I always hold out hope for people showing up, even if it's much later, being like, look, I'm really sorry, overwhelmed, blah, blah, and and not so much writing the up yet, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. It's I don't not give people but I have to be a bit sensible like that. I really do. Like you say, when I'm in a better financial position, I will not only have an accountant, I will have somebody that just fucking deals with all of it. That is, yeah, that I pay to do that. Because any other kind of way I've tried just doesn't fucking work, basically. Because I'm too, it's like, remember I've said this before and I shouldn't even say it in public, but I've been told I should never ever get into business with anyone because they would fleece me. And I do believe it because it's just, I've been manipulated so many times when it comes to work. Even when I think I'm not going to be, it happens again in a roundabout kind of weird way. It's so fucking weird. It's not weird. It's obviously just my life lesson, but I find it funny too. And that's what I mean. You can even laugh when that happens. It's like, there's no way this person would do that. Yep, they do it. It's like, but then it's weird because then I can spot for other people who's going to fuck you over. But sometimes I don't see it for myself. And I know that usually is a thing. Like I would say nine out of 10 people, I will spot that they're I'll switch to a C word, but I'll spot that they're a tricky fucker and that they're going to do a number on me. But there's always one that I don't spot. But my Christ, do I learn? Like I really do learn from that person. So thank you. The people that have done that to me, you'll know who that is. And there's lots of them in every area of life. And I really do thank you. I mean it. I do thank you from the bottom of my heart because you have made, this is cheesy, it's like a song. You have made me stronger. You've made me wiser. You've made my discernment stronger, but I still keep my heart open and I still trust people. And yes, some still do hurt me. So I hope that I hope that I'm an inspiration in some way in that way of, don't go into victim mode. Don't make other people hurting you from that, because they're hurting you from their own place of pain. Do you know what I mean? So don't retaliate back at the whole world. It's a bit like when I say, and this is relevant to twin flame journey, it's a bit like when I channel all the time, and everyone does that, because it's what happens. Never mind twin flames, it's what happens in love. That, don't hurt the people that have shown you nothing but loyalty and unconditional love. Don't take out your wounds on them because of the other people that hurt you, whether that's in romance or any part of your life. But that's easier said than done, because when we hurt from a place of our own childhood wounds, we're not consciously doing that. It's subconscious. It's like the whole runner chaser thing. And it's very like that in twin flames. Your twin flame is running from you. Well, sometimes they are. That's complicated. Sometimes they are running from you because they want to run from you because they're terrified. But some twin flames, what I've noticed, don't know why they're doing it. They just know that you bring up all this fear and it can't be a good thing. And I've just looked at the card that says I push you away and blah blah blah. And then I push you away because I care too much. Crazy, I know. I think that's what that card says. And then some people don't have a fucking clue why they're doing it. So some people will know, and the fear is just so deep seated they can't go there right now. But then, but give people a chance. People do the work when they're meant to. But anyway, Nathan, you can talk about it. Just email me and because it might even be that like get a recorded one. You know what I mean? Like start off with a pre-recorded one, because people have said they're like therapy. They watch, because you can watch them over and over again. And because I read months, years in advance, and it's really helpful to go back and watch these. Because I love that when I do that for myself as well, whether it's my own recorded one that I'm guided to watch, because it does happen sometimes, it fucking blows my mind. or other people's that I catch. Like I said, this is why I shared the other day, like that happened a few weeks ago, that I was watching something, I fell asleep, and I woke up at like 4 in the morning, and it had rolled on to one that someone had done like 3 months prior, but it was exactly, and I mean like scarily what I was going through, like whenever that happened, and I was like, fuck. So whether it's mine or anyone else's, I know I would do this, because even now I've said that, you're like, you want to watch the newest one if you like that person. Don't make that mistake, because it's great. And then even I've been guided to not tune into people collectively at all, because I've just, for some reason, it's like I've just went off the energy. And then if I get guided to randomly watch again, it's always so that's how my guided system works for me. I just know. It's like I don't just watch Aries videos. Like I could tune into Capricorn because that's my third house and it'll be fucking spot on. So, really trust yourself. It's why I don't do zodiac readings, very much. I was doing them every new moon. That's a good point, actually. I might be guided to randomly do that. Maybe I might be guided to do that tomorrow, but then I'll be fucked the rest of the week, mind you. I wouldn't be doing the live because I think I will. Because I do love. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud again, but I do. That song that was relevant. Charlotte said that was relevant to her the other day when I said it. And again, I don't really like the song. Yeah, I'll see, but I probably will do, but I'll try and do them short. It's just I can't do them short. See if you guys could join me for them. Maybe you could police it. Remember, I did do very short ones at Christmas, and I think that's because that was when I still really wasn't feeling very well, and I'd started to feel a bit better, and they were shorter. Yeah, I'll just see. I'll go the flow. Anyway, right, where have I got up to here? I'm so far behind with these comments, so goosebumps with the summertime cut, absolutely. I've already read that. I've read this. I know you could make an ass ton of money with mediumship messages. So many peeps looking for messages from loved ones across the veil, and you're 100. Yeah, but that's what's weird. Like that is always there for that. Like I have got a session on there that, yeah, people never book it. It's weird. But again, I think it's because I do so many different things and that's why they got me to do mediumship Monday to home in. But you see, I've got a bit, I don't like the word lazy, but I've got a bit lazy with that sometimes. I end up just doing what I always do. And to me, it's not the same. So that's why I think, I'm going to be more disciplined myself and I'll actually get back to how I done it at the start. Because I do know that, see those first few I done, if you remember, Michelle, you're a good backup. You're good to back me up on this. Oh, 37 minutes. That, I mean, it always just fucking happens, doesn't it? Yeah, those first few videos that I've done, whether it was you or other people, they were really meaningful. Those messages where I just sat down, chilled with a candle, and like those messages were 100% for some of you guys that either said it in public or in private. And so I really that's why I need to keep that more quiet and not interactive. And if it is interactive, I think I'm better filming it myself and then doing a premiere. Because then that'd be good if I'm on the premiere and I can actually, because I like it. You read that it's like when I'm guided to go to one of these, I like being in them too. Because it's different when you're on it. It's because I know what you mean now about the hearts. I saw that on someone else's. It's funny how it's a bit of a shame how like the person can't see. Because it was, it's when I was on a Facebook Live, it does give you encouragement. Like if you're saying something really important and the people are like firing the hearts, like I'm the person that's like, yeah, fire in the hearts and the part, I'm that person. I'm like, like what a lot I'm like that person for people when I'm guided to, but it's yeah. Anyway, fuck, see this energy, I'm gonna fucking, I'll sleep tonight, I tell you. But yes, it's very weird. You would think that, but no, I'm only specifically here to help twin flames, and there's not enough true, legitimate twin flames in the world right now that know about me. So could we get this channel growing a little bit? But there's a plan. I'm trusting the greater plan. Bed my money, palm drops. I will spot the difference you need to get a session. Clears the gift that you don't get. Yeah, but Michelle, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that is lovely, and it's just message me, Nathan. I read between the lines. I just can't fucking say this shit in public because other fuckers that are going to do a number on me will. So email me. Right. But that is lovely. Again, it's right. What Cali card do we need? Because now I've caught up with the comments. It's all about effort. I feel there's something in that as well. For me, when someone actually wants to work with me and they're making an effort, but it's just, again, I've been shown things. I have had that happen in the past, and I honestly, I've thought someone wasn't going to, and they did. So, and it's happened a couple of times. So it's just, yeah. But I don't believe that you would do that, Nathan. If you do, I'll live, kind of thing. I'm so blunt. I'm gonna have to. It's all about that, especially with the shamanism. It's like I have to value all the different things that I bring to the table. But for me, the shamanism part of it, and again, just working for God, the divine, whatever you want to call yours, it's I never want to, people not to have that access to me. So it's very fair. That's why there's different price points. Right, okay, bloody blah. But I am aware it's pretty shit when you're in a different country, because the way that works, I mean, isn't it weird with the dollars? Like, there's some business groups I'm in that I never fucking use, but it's like, because I know the stuff will be there when I need it, when I'm inspired. Because again, a lot of it, I just think I got it ahead of time for a reason, because I got it at a cheaper price. And, and then you get grandfathered in if you stayed with this stuff. But basically, there might be something about a grandfather in me saying that. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's weird how it's a different price. Like, do you mean depending on the dollar? That fucking screws in my head. Because it's also, here's a business thing, right? A lot of people, even if they're UK based, charge in dollars because it's something psychological that people think it's less money. It's fucking weird. I don't know, but I think that's like, I'm a hypnotherapist and I'm trained in NLP and everything, guys. Like, but it's kind of like, I think that's fucking weird. I think that's a bit fucked up. I would only put pounds/dollars if it was there to help people, like what you're asking about. But also there's Google. Do you know what I mean? I just Google it. I don't know. Whenever I want something, I just Google it. But it's helpful if somebody, actually knows. But maybe I should do that. Maybe I should put the pound/the dollars. But I wouldn't just solely have dollars, because then I think that's a bit weird. I think that's a bit shady when folk do that. But they could be like, no, it's not, because you could go and check. But it is. It's a psychological tactic. You know what I mean? I don't like things that are a bit underhand. So anyway, sorry, I'm on a rant, but it is true. May not be with my twin in this life, but damn it, I have to try. If I don't fight for my true love, what have I got in life? Fucking Nathan, you're on my fucking wave again. But right now, well, maybe not right now. I'm a bit chirpier today. But if you'd asked me that, yes, that is my feeling, and that is why I do this for others. But sometimes I'm stronger with that than other times. But my fucking God, I've given it my all. I have given it my all, and I will keep doing what I'm doing because it's my purpose. But I think it's a fine balance there, isn't it? It's sort of it's basically, with this, you have to give back to yourself. And well, it's kind of like what I'm saying. Like, look, I'm receiving all of this love from other people, so I'm not going to focus on it's like I just wanted from that one person. It's like, go where the love is. I always say that to people. Like, I'm going to sort of twist this in a different way. That twist is a weird word, but whenever I attract people that haven't got very nice parents, to be blunt, and I do attract that a lot, I always say, like, go where the love is. So if you had, say, for instance, a mum or a dad or both that weren't very loving towards you, appreciate the people that are very loving towards you. You know what I mean? And like, celebrate it and appreciate that, and you'll get more of that. But the problem is, no matter, even if we're consciously aware of how unloving, or like, say, I've worked with people that I'm like, listen, what am I trying to say? Like, I never give, like, one of my favorite quotes is never, never, never give up, right? Which is why I love things like don't stop believing, and hope's my favorite word, and blah, blah, and all this kind of stuff. But and integrity is my favorite word too. I already said that a minute ago. But it's kind of like, you never stop wanting your parents' love, basically, even if that they're not a very nice person, basically. Do you know what I mean? And that's where we go to the Louise Hay stuff, which is, you know, behind everything that I do. Forgive them anyway. Anyone that hurts you, like I just said, there's a reason why I've been like, listen, people have fucking actually done a runner on me when I've trusted them with my pure heart. As I said, as I can see, you've just wrote something about pure. They've actually taken the piss. Do you know what I mean? Like I've trusted them, and it's blindsided me sometimes. I've been like, what the fuck? But instead of, you know, initially, you know, when you're just like, what the actual fuck? Like, are you kidding me? Because I more just feel sad, and I'm not saying this in a horrible way, I'm saying genuine, because it's happened a few times, that it's like, how much pain must that person have went through in either their childhood or their life to really enjoy somebody's work, in this case me, and then for the sake of, like, not, again, it's money's money, right? I mean, I've not got my, believe me, I know, it's, which is why I'm even saying that about that. It's like, when it's for the sake of not even that much money, this is logically what I'm saying is, that's when you know it's not about the money. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so I would always go to compassion. It's like, if somebody would do that from such a place of, well, in the moment, let's face it, it's wanting something more important, like, you know, like a night out or something, you know, or it could be things that really, you know, just other things are more important to pay, and then time passes and you get overwhelmed. Oh, I think this is what's happened with different people that have done. Again, I don't always know. But what I do know is people go quiet when that's happened. And you just think, why would you like deprive yourself of something more in the long term for the sake of such a small amount of money, when it's somebody that if you said to them, look, I genuinely haven't got it, I've got in a bit of a pickle, or whatever, however someone say it, what do you think I'm going to say to that, guys? Of course I'm going to be like, don't worry about it. But I would encourage the person to pay it tiny bit by bit, even if it took fucking ages to do it, because it's just a life lesson about not fucking someone over with money. It's karma with money. And I've had these things on that. That's why I always say, it's not my money. If you owe somebody money, you should tell yourself, that's not my money. Like, do you mean, like, I owe my mum money right now, and I know that as soon as my sessions come in, like, more, that fucking money's hers. And you've seen me say this here. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, it's you've got, to me, I have to say that, otherwise you go, and it's just that, and that's why I've, you know, my heart does go out to people when they get in situations like that, because most people don't do that on purpose. It comes from a place of, well, it's like when people lie too, you know. I think we've all been in situations where you ask somebody and it's like, look, if you just tell me the truth, it's not gonna be a big deal. And I mean, a situation's coming to me that happened a few years ago, and I think I can get away with talking on here, but I mean, I'll say it honestly, but what I will say is, I had many lodgers, right? When I lived in one of my old houses, I didn't see, this is what I mean, it's so random when this happens, but I've lived with many people over the years, and, you know, I've done things like, you know, Airbnb and that, and again, I fucking hated it, but again, you got to pay the rent, and it's like, you know what I mean, it's, beggars can't be choosers. I'm fucking, you know what I mean, anyway. But long story short, I had this situation where, let's just say, somebody's absolutely burnt something. Yeah, Charlotte, I'm here. I mean, again, you're psychic. You knew I was going to be here, but I mean, it doesn't think I'm psychic to turn that one out. But let's be honest. You knew I was going to be here. I knew I was going to be here. But basically, this person had damaged something, right? And it was definitely them, because listen, I know I'm a medium, and I know there's fucking spirits and all that in the house. But as far as I'm aware, they can't get the pan out and burn the side of the coffee machine. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just an example. That wasn't what happened. That's what happened. But anyway, the point is, and I'm not saying this to be nasty, I'm saying it to give you, you know, because I'm a hypnotherapist and a healer and everything, I just literally couldn't get my head around, like, accidents happen. And anyway, the point is, like, when I was like, you know, see what happened with the thing, like, you know, she was like, that wasn't me. do you know when you're like, when you're like, okay, but the thing is, it's, I know people will be fucking laughing at this. You know, and you're like, okay, but the thing is, it's only me and you that live. It's a bit like if your fucking family done it or something. It's like, it's only me and you that live here. You know what I mean? Fucking else isn't gonna be. So I was kind of like, how do I deal with this? But I knew in that moment, it was like, it wasn't like me and my flatmate, it was, or my lodger, it was like me and my child. That's like, it was a teaching, it was like me, shaman, healer, Claire. It was like, right, I can either be a pure asshole about this, or I can be, and again, I'm not being asshole. You just don't fucking know this person, Adam. There's loads of people that stayed with me. Like it was like basically, yeah, I was like, I can be kind, or I can be a C word, that right. So, and sometimes it is better to be kind than right. So although I knew I was right, I was like, this is fucking weird, man. But I realized, because that actually happened in another one as well. And I thought, what the fuck, man? It was just, and there was another girl that had, oh God, that is now getting the stuff but yeah, there was somebody else that she had to put bowls a certain way in the kitchen. So it must have been an OCD thing. And by the way, I'm not slagging that, because sometimes, like, if I'm really anxious, like, does anyone else do this? Don't fucking lie. I know some of you do it, or just make me feel better about it. Like the other day, literally, me and my mum were going away for the day. Hello, Nix. Thank you very much. Oh, I like the little woman with the crown. I knew I'd put the cooker off. Like, I just knew it, because the first thing I do after I finish is I put the cooker off. But because I was a wee bit more anxious, I got in the car and I was like, I know I've put the cooker off, but my mum knows me. She was like, just go back up. And I went, I live on the 4th floor, right? So that's a bit of a fucker. She was like, it's good exercise. So, but you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of, I'm only more like that if there's quite a lot, like if I'm anxious about something, or there's just a big anxious energy in the air. And again, I feel with this eclipse, it's really going on. So anyway, so yeah, but anyway, that was particularly unusual, that she needed to, it was like, yeah, I would go down the kitchen in the morning, you're fucking half asleep making a coffee, and the fucking bowl's like doing a somersault. Do you mean? I was like, what the fuck's going on here? It was like she must have had a thing where everything had to be at a slight angle. I'm not judging, right? Like, anyway, whatever. I kind of, but whatever, I'm just telling you. But no, but this other person, it was more the fact that, sorry, I'm in the middle of a big story here, so if you can catch up. But this particular girl, it was the fact that it was the lying. And you think, if you're saying this is important this is important for either people, there will be people watching this that you have done this, and it's come from childhood stuff. Like, and my conclusion came to it is her, and I'll tell you the other story too. This girl, I did come to the conclusion that I felt like, and remember, because I'm extremely psychic, and because I'm a counsellor, and all the combination of things, I worked out, and actually that was before I was a hypnotherapist, but I've always just had a skill for it, really, is that I was like, she must have got in deep shit when, for like either way, whether, she must have got in real big trouble if she'd done something, even if it was an accident. So it was better to lie. But it's just, that's a bit that it is quite hard, isn't it? Because you're like, but literally, you're going to get caught. And then it's kind of weird. And then this will be very twin flamey. It was like I was watching an episode of The Only Way is Essex the other night, right? It was actually a recent one. And it was funny because it was like this guy that basically he was seeing two girls, that this is going to be twin flamey. He was basically sleeping with two girls at the exact same time, right? And we could see that because we're watching the program. And I mean, although it's a reality show, it's all staged and they're told the things to say. It still was happening and people knew. And that's when it's just kind of like, what the fuck, man? Like, why would you even do that if you do? But there are people that do this. It's different when you don't know, but when you know, when both girls know and they've been caught and they both keep minging. Anyway, but it was funny because he's now, reformed. I don't think he is, but anyway, he's reformed and he's with one of the girls, the one that won. Although I don't know if you've won, Hen, but it's like, and anyway, long story short, it was fun. It was funny the way they were saying it, but I thought this actually isn't funny. It's still toxic, because he was telling a younger version of him, this is what you do if you're seeing two birds at the same time: deny, deny, deny. And there's all terms like that, isn't it? Like deny till you die, and it's just toxic as fuck, and it's stupid because you're going to get found out. So I don't know who's doing that out there, but yeah, but it's something about, so whether it's about things like that or with anyone else, that's what doesn't make sense to you. You know that it's literally going to be found out. It can only literally come back down to the fact that in the moment you panic, or someone panics and they lie. And like I said, with this girl burning the side of the coffee machine, even though I was like, but literally it's only me and you that live in this one. I was trying not to laugh, when I was like, I'm giving you a chance here. And I even was like, really, I was, because I'm really blunt and we got on in that. I was just kind of like, it's fine, it's an accident. And, it is what it is. And I knew she didn't have a lot of money either. And the thing is, it's like, fuck's sake, man. Do you know what I mean? It's everything. It's kind of like, I was just kind of like, it's all right. Like, basically, I know it was you because it wasn't me. Like, I didn't get up in the middle of the night. I've not got that thing where you get up in the middle of the night and start fucking making a dinner and fucking, you know what I mean? I was like, it wasn't me, so it has to be you. And like, nobody's got access to that. And no, she just honestly denied it. She just still denied it till the day. It was one of the weirdest things ever. And I was like seriously, like, it's making me more annoyed that you're not just admitting in it. And that's when I just left it. That is one of these things where it's better to be kind and right. So I don't know who else is in a situation like that, whether you've got your shell in that or somebody else. But that's the conclusion I came at. It's better to be kind and right. But it was fucking weird, is all I'm saying. It was fucking weird. It's like, listen, I once smashed and it was, it's one of these moments you're like, no, please get a rewind time. And I didn't do that. But I had my brother-in-law at the time's laptop. It was my sister and brother-in-law's laptop. And basically I had it on my lap and I think I don't know whether I picked it up, but never ever pick your laptop up by the screen, right? Because I've had that happen before with the screen cracks. I've done that to my own. Oh, look at this. Look, here's somebody that's lurking that's family. I've just caught the name Cornwall and I'm like, what? And again, I don't even know you, do I? Have you ever met me in my lifetime as a baby? So wait a minute, Angie, you're making me worried. So you've followed me from Facebook. This probably backs up my theory that my dad fucking followed me to here, which is highly awkward because me and my dad don't talk about the fact that I've got this channel and it's growing. And that, so Angela, don't tell him, but I'm pretty sure he does. And we definitely don't talk about the content that I talk about in here. So that's really quite funny. But anyway, happy birthday, Claire. I don't usually comment, but I love watching your videos. And I think what you do is awesome. Thank you very much. So thank you for your wonderful insight. I'm your dad's wee cousin. That's hilarious. But yeah, like I said, I've no idea whether that's a Cornwall thing and he lurks on the down low too and he just doesn't let on. But that's actually pretty cool. If he does that, that's pretty cool. So well done, Dad. If you're doing that, just keep it like this doesn't happen. That's all good. But I think I've been a bit naive. I think that's my childlike naivety that I feel lots of people didn't think to come over here, but clearly they did. Again, you can see I'm like, that's worrying me, but we'll just anyway. But thanks for so I'm like, who else done that? Fuck. You can see, how did I go outside? With you telling me that, it's like, how did I even go outside? Fuck, this is anyway. It all just comes back to the true love comment that Nathan said earlier. It's in the name of love. Do you know what I mean? That's so funny. Right, what was I saying? So basically this, and thank you, because that really does mean a lot to me. So I just had to leave it. And I just felt really, it broke my heart. Like, to be honest, again, I'm not saying it to rip this guy. It actually broke my heart that it's like, even when she knows I'm a really nice person, because I am, I'm not gonna fucking I am a fucking nice person. Even when people are fucking horrible to me, I'm a nice person. Maybe not in the moment if they've been whatever, might give it back if someone deserves it. But it's, most of the time I can bite my tongue, but it really does when it's people close to you. I've had my moments like that where I bite back. I'm not fucking perfect, but it's but again, if I'm in the wrong, Ashley, sorry, it's done. I'm an Aries, and if someone's wrong at me, just say sorry and it's done. You know what I mean? But that's what I couldn't understand, that even though she knew I wasn't going to mad, and like I said, I knew she didn't have a lot of money, I wasn't going to make her pay her anything either. It was just more the fact that, why wouldn't you just admit it? And again, that's where you got to leave it, because who knows what has happened to that girl in childhood that led her to act like that. That's pretty deep. That's the therapist side of me. So again, I don't know where that applies, but it is all I know is it's gonna. The fact I spoke about that for that long. And like I said, I did have another situation where that girl was lovely. She hardly spoke. She was a Scorpio, and she actually had the same birthday as a friend of mine that I had in the past. And there was something, now I don't know if it was the same kind of, it might have been the same kind of thing, but whatever it was something really, I think it was just more how quiet she was, but she listened to me. When I was stressed out, whenever she came down, and I was doing my Facebook, that was when I'd first started doing my Facebook lives at the time, and there was a lot of stuff happening in my life. and she listened to me, and she really got my sense of humor because she was a Sagittarius moon as well. And I've said this before, in fact, but I was so touched by, and it was actually what it was. It was my birthday. She was moving out. Like, she literally only stayed with me, I think, for like maybe 8 or 9 months or something. She was a student. And anyway, that is probably the most thoughtful present to this day, or right up there. She basically, although she hardly spoke, and she was just such a listener, because again, my other best friend is a Scorpio, and she's like that too. She's more of a listener than a talker. And that's why I love Scorpios. I surround myself with them. She basically got me this beautiful candle with crystal bits in it. She got me a little crystal pendant, and all this would have cost quite a bit too. And it's not as if, she wouldn't have the money to do that. And then like a little crystal pendant, and there was a crystal in the middle of the candle. But it was the fact that, like, how thoughtful is that? That she was totally not like this, by the way. She was very analytical. She was studying something very analytical, and it was not her thing. But she listened really kind of. It always seemed like she was just listening and not judging, and just kind of taking it in. But she took it in even more than I could even realize, because to really be like, look, this isn't my thing, but I know that you love crystals. And I was just like, it really, honestly, I was sobbing when she left. I was sobbing because she gave me the present, and I opened it after. And I texted her, and I was like, thank you so much. Like, that is one of the most thoughtful presents I've ever had in my life. And it did shock me. Do you know what I mean? So there's something about somebody shocking you there as well. And now actually they're drawing me to the end of that Magic Mike film, where I won't ruin it for you, but there's an element of that in it where you think somebody hasn't been paying attention, and fuck, they have. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. So it's just not everybody's the same as you. They might not be able to show it the same, and they've not had the same experience when I was talking about the deeper stuff. Are we done with all the shit about lying and all that? Christ, that's right. Okay, we're not in Pisces Moon anymore. Right, so Nathan is a sweetheart, yes. Thank you, Michelle. I hope to have a heart that's pure one day. It is pure already. It's pure already. I resonate as a light warrior for a reason. Yes, light warrior. Yeah. Light worker, I don't resonate with so much. Light warrior. Light warrior for real. Right. And that's why you've been drawn here. Although I have to say, people that are very pure and they don't go on about the dark soul, it doesn't mean that they're not real, because I like people like that too. But just, I've had, put it this way, I have actually spoke to other twin flame folk that are very, that are respecting all that. But it's kind of funny that I've also had disrespect from people that aren't a shaman. So they might be a twin flame, but they aren't a shaman. They haven't got that experience. They're also not a counsellor. And, they can kind of poo-poo the spiritual warfare, the dark, when people get, the spiritual warfare, like black magic, fuckery in general. And it's, so I think it's, if people aren't here to deal with the dark stuff, they can really be quite ignorant. But I am here to deal with the dark stuff. But I also bring the light, because what does my name mean? Light. That's right. And what did I get drawn to? Something about a synchronicity about light today. Somebody posted something, and I was like, wow. Anyway, and it's just the fact that it's my birthday that's the light thing. Oh, that's crazy. Right. Is there a Charlotte and Michelle too? Yes, there is. What's the happy birthdays? Wait a minute. Right. Oh, that's so funny. It was my best pal that I was talking about. I'll reply after. Right. Angie, you do realise you've given me the fear. You've just, I'm joking. And Angie, I hope you've been watching long enough that you've got my sense of humour, that I'm half joking, but you've literally given me the fear. I bet there's extended family members watching me on here and everything, and I'm just fucking, let's just stay in the bubble of ignorance. I'm just going to stay at, I'm just going to do what I was doing. That's what I used to do on Facebook as well. Even though I fucking knew fine well there was lots of folk watching me, because people would slip up. It's so funny. I'd be on, like, when I still drank, I'd be on drunken nights out, and I remember bumping into it. It was like a family member of a friend, and they were so drunk. It was so obvious that they watched me, because they were talking to me like they knew me more than what they did. Again, Bertie kind of night, but I was like, oh, that shit's funny. you never know who's watching, and it's not always a bad thing. So thank you for flipping the, on that. Right. Oh yeah, Charlotte. I heard an awful song the other day encouraging boys to have multiple partners and not use protect. Was that a rap song? But yeah, but that's kind of like see, that's what did you just were you here when I said about were you here? But that's part of the dark agenda. Sorry, it is, but did you hear to be irresponsible? You know what I mean with things like this, like each their own. Everyone can do what they want in the bedroom, but to encourage that isn't good for obvious reasons. But that's what I mean about even that reality show. The fact that they were making that cool, that guy is in a committed relationship. Although I really don't think he is. But then he was saying that other guy just lied because it's like you're going to get found out. But that's different when it's a program. It's just for the drama, but toxic. And I've asked the kids to stop listening to a song. All my friends are toxic. My friends are dogs. Listen, sometimes that's fucking true though, Nick. Sorry, that was funny. it depends which part of the timeline and which part of the Dark Knight of Soul you're in. All my friends are toxic. Yep. Rewind back to a point in my life and that was actually very true. But I'm sure there were things that were toxic about me at the time too. We were full of toxins and alcohol. And change it to chocolate or cosmic. Keep telling them the words are important and they need to be careful. That is true though. It's like, see, we're going, oh my God, we're going really kind of truthful with this. It's like, you think this was like a Scorpio moon or a Pisces moon. It's like it's the frequency, like that's why I know I've said this before, but that I'm not going to say the actual thing, but that's why I'm not on the talk tick, because I was on it secretly for a bit. And I knew that I could grow really pretty quickly, to be honest. And the things that I did do did get a lot of attention. There was literally only 2 or 3 things. So if you ever see me floating about, I'm not the same name. And I literally just done one to transmute the energy of the thingies. And that went down well. And then something else, and I thought, no, I can't fucking say it. It was making me ill. I felt sick. It was making me absolutely, I could feel the frequency. It made me ill. And I got off. And that's what I mean. That's how much I'm not about the money or the growing the platforms. Because even right to the point of I'm actually, my numbers and my subscribers speak to me, and everything. My subscribers on every platform have always spoke to me, and it's the same with here. Every time, like it's not a coincidence. What was it? Was it not Valentine's Day that I reached the 441? That seems to ring a bell, like backwards. That meant a lot to me. Or was it 444? Maybe it was 444 on Valentine's. Seems to ring a bell. And the fact that this is about love, that meant something. And then, like I said, yesterday's numbers for different reasons were significant as well. And then what else? There was something else. Yeah, and it's not every day, but a lot of times when it stops on something, it's really meaningful. But yeah, be careful what you're letting your kids listen to and watch, and be careful what you're watching too, because although I watch some of these reality shows, a lot of time it is just I like to observe, and it's like, wow, that's so fucking, like, if you don't love yourself and you're looking at these people as role models, like I've told a funny story on Facebook before and I've skirted about it on here before, but I don't mind, because I don't mind, I'm not that person now, and I was triggered, but I'll just tell it again now because they're making me. That I was in the very painful part of the separation, as in not really fully understanding why that was going on between me and him. And anyway, long story short, I always used to see him. And whether that's because he knew it was my birthday and he just happened to be out that night, or whether it's just because everyone wakes up after a dark winter, or whether it was just fucking spirit putting us together for a fucking laugh, who knows. But I used to see him every single birthday without fail. But on this particular night, there was like 16 of us out, and we'd all been drinking, and then we got to the club, and then it was, what he chose to do was talk to my friend. But no, what was it he done? He tried to talk to me, and I just was like, oh no, you can fuck off. And I did say it like that. I was really pretty. But again, I'm basically telling the story because I do feel I was influenced by The Only Way is Essex at the time. Because I can remember the things that I said. I was very hostile. But again, there was reasons. I'd spilled my heart out and he'd ignored it. So do you know what I'm saying? In my defence. But yeah, it was more the fact that I was quite aggressive. So, wait a minute, it's fine. it's because it was Aries season. So there we go. I could excuse my behaviour. And it was my birthday and I was pissed. But what I'm saying is, it was all the build up of and now I know as well, because it's your twin flame, it's like they're fucking nippy. Sorry, I just have to say they are. Like, that's when, you know, it's like, so some of these people that paint it is all like, you know, like, yeah, they are amazing because you're amazing, but nobody is any more fucking nippy than them. So you have to kind of get over that bit, and maybe that bit never goes away. But it's like, if someone's going to really trigger me and get me angry, and then if I've already had a Jaeger bomb, it's fucking game over me. Do you know what I'm saying? But basically what I'm saying is, I wouldn't have actually done anything, but it could have led to, like, I think I was raising the hand to give a wee slap, do you know what I mean? And I'm not that, did I say that? What? It was seriously, it was like, there's something built in, and thank God my friend was like, whoa, and it was like, it was enough to be like, oh shit, what am I doing? But it was also, he knew what he was doing, do you know what I'm saying? But it was just the fact that, but anyway, actually, so I must be telling this for a reason, perhaps there's kind of, but what it was it was like, this is how you know he's my twin flame, because although it was just, it was, there was heightened emotions. And he actually, I think someone was basically getting ready to fucking kick fuck out of me because yeah, well, because I was, you know, I was angry as their friend. And again, that wasn't a guy, because actually there was a guy that diffused it, who, this is what was weird, you see. Sorry, I'm being too honest, but it's happening. It's happening. There's sun and moon are in Aries, and I must be allowed to do this because I'm saying it. There was a guy that took me aside and spoke to me like he knew me, and I had no fucking idea who he was. And I was like, I think I knew his face. And he was like, look, you know, Claire, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's just, being careful, don't say people's names. But, and I was just kind of like, you know, he's done this and blah, 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 and it's my birthday. And I just, if he's, you know, just fucking, why don't you stay away? If we're not going to speak, just stay away. That's how I see it. It's like, just, you're better just not fucking seeing them. So it was annoying me that, why is he in the same fucking place as me when there's loads of places we could all be? So anyway, and again, I don't think that was him following me, and it's just basically, that's just what, because trust me, I've been in different countries before. Okay, it was only England for one night and I fucking saw him. Anyway, don't even, I've told that story before and I can't believe telling that one, but it was crazy. But it's like, of all the bars and all the places, you walk into this one, and I've even seen that film, that's what it was like, but for real. But yeah, it was a girl, you know, and she was really tall and that as well, and he was just kind of like, whoa, no, like he would never, you know, let, because it was just heightened emotions. But yeah, there you go. So angelic Claire can lose her shit too, but only at the twin flame. I'm sure there's other people that have deserved a slap too, but I've not done it. So, but the whole point of that, what was the point of me telling that story? Was it just to? I think it's just the triggering of the twin flame, really. Yeah. But if that was all the time, that would be toxic, and that wouldn't be good. You know, you don't want to be. And oh yeah, it was because I was saying about Towie. It was because you said about that. I really do. I'm not kidding. I think it was because there was a whole load of fucking that going on in the show. Like, don't mug, because I'm sure I said, like, you're mugging me off. I think I've ever used that phrase again since. I told him he was mugging me off because he fucking was mugging me off. But I'd got it from Essex. I just think it's funny. It's funny. And it's true. I like that Blurred Lines song. Oh yeah, and I like that Blurred Lines song from a while ago, and saw a rewrite on TikTok by Women, which was awesome. You have to watch these catch. But the thing is, as well, is that, did you see that song? There's something dodgy about that too, Blurred Lines. And I think it's obvious, and that I saw somebody breaking that down, and it's like, because I can't remember I mean, it's really catchy. I love that song. But I think there's something dodgy about that. You know, aye, because it's not like, you know, you want it, you know, and I think it's like, I think it's a bit questionable what he's actually fucking saying there. Do you know what I'm saying? I'll need to listen again, but I remember somebody saying, there's just secret codes and all of these fucking, yeah. Most of these people are sickos, that's the point. When you wake up, that's the point. So, I mean, really just turn the radio off. I'm not even joking. I used to be glued to the music channel all the time, and I'm not now. So, but I do love music. Anyway, your secret's safe from you, Angie. Let's face it. Angie, have you actually ever met me at a funeral or anything? And I'm not aware. I don't think we have I? Like, it's like, anyway. I don't think it's a secret. I'm pretty sure my dad, because the thing is, right, I'm pretty sure this time last year, I gave my dad my phone to take a photo of me and the kids, and I'd screenshotted the subscribers that I got, and I was like, oh shit. It's like, fuck. And I was just like, you didn't see it, didn't I? I was like, he did see that. But I mean, he didn't need to see that to do it. He's not an idiot, do you know what I mean? And he's a Scorpio. But my mum doesn't have a clue. I tell my mum about that, but it's like she doesn't, yeah. Yeah, it's just funny to think who else is doing that. I just told my sister to watch the other day too. Oh my god. And is that, yeah, so it's so confusing. There's about 100, isn't there? It's like, I love that though. I remember my dad saying, because I remember when you spoke a few times on the Facebook Live, and it was I love that. So it's not just soul family, this is actual family too that I've never met. I love it. I've been talking about all the healing I've been going through because of your videos, and I literally feel egoless how much shadow work I've been doing. I'm really, well, fucking hell, let's hope that's helping a few other twin flames out there, including mine, you know? But like I always say, even if mine isn't tuning in, let's hope he wasn't tuning into tonight's one, although he would laugh too. He'll feel it, you know, because I'm speaking more of my truth, and I'm like, he will feel, because I've had things where I have healed myself, and then I've definitely felt him. Anyway, it's crazy. So it is crazy, but yes, I would never like to have no ego, because I'd be fucking boring and nobody would tune in. But I think, I think if I lost my sass and the stories I just told there about the weird things that have happened with flatmates or the people that fucked me over, I mean, some people only tune in for that shit. So I'm joking. Because there's always a lesson in it. Hopefully I'm showing that, well, and there I just showed, like, not only am I capable of being an asshole, but everyone is. But also it's the fact that, hurt people. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I love that, because I'm very passionate about shadow work, you know what I mean, and doing it properly, like going deeper. So I think you're absolutely hilarious. Don't worry, we've got the same sense of humor. I can tell. It must be a Cornwall thing. I can tell. That's why I'm saying that, like, I do think that is pretty cool, my dad, because I talk about some really deep shit on here. I just hope he understands the twin flame journey. And I'm joking, he does. But it's just funny. It's like, even, I'm just being careful, like even I had a synchronicity recently, and I'm pretty sure I was wanting to tell me, and I was like, oh yeah, but then that sort of draws attention to all this shit. So I was like, I didn't, but this is funny. It's really funny. Oh, what did it just do there? Went to the mystical. It really is like, although I live in the matrix a lot, like most of the people around me, when I say the matrix, I mean like people that aren't awake at all. So Angela, you must be, Andrew, can I just say that? Like, do you get all the stuff when I go like really galactic and that? Are you like into all of that too? Or is it just just asking? Because yeah, that's what interests me. Because but yeah, I do. It is like I live in another dimension, because although I am surrounded by people that are quite frankly asleep, I really am. Like even some of my best friends that I talk about, although some of them aren't. Like some of them, my friend as of today is, no, she totally gets it, everything. It's crazy. I mean, it's like I said before, but I once caught this. This was, I don't know, in the pandemic sometime, and I just happened to catch this random woman, and it was true. And it was like, there's some light warriors who have literally signed up to slow down their own waking up, like ascension process, to slow down to wake the other ones up, and that's me. Like basically, I've slowed down my own everything to help people wake up. So that includes people that gaslit me and weren't very nice to me in that throughout the whole last few years. And you know what I mean? Although a lot of it was really pretty horrible, it taught me, and it just teaches me to be even more compassionate, and hopefully that can sort of spill over to other people, because we can only do as well as we know. Like you can't, if you don't know something and you're just acting from what you know at the time, and then it's a year on and you know more than what you knew before, then you can't. I'm not a fan of shame and guilt. But it's very hard to shake that off. Like I know that, like, because I still, even, I'm sure I said something like that to my mum today, but it's like whenever I catch anyone kind of guilt tripping someone, you just got to remind yourself of when you weren't perfect. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean you let everybody off with everything, but you've really got to take that on board on the twin flame journey. Like, there's going to be a lot of hurdles you're going to have to get over. And if you're going to hold everything against people, and especially, you're never going to get anywhere. So you better just talk it out, get it all out in one night, and fucking never touch it again. Do you know what I mean? Move on, move the fuck on. We're only here for a short time. Here for a good time, not a long time, as somebody used to say in my life. Yes, that was my twin flame. Went to the mystical shop, bought citrine and bloodstone, having heart problems. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And that, because that was on that card that I think still sitting there, sending you love. But you see, that will, I mean, always check that out. Again, I know I'm a shaman doctor, like some people, I'm not a doctor, I'm a shaman. But again, arguably that's sometimes better. With the run-ins I've had with doctors over the years, go to both, right? I've been right over the doctors a lot, with my own stuff, definitely, and other people's, and also the kids. When I worked in nurseries, I remember one kid was ill with something, and they'd been to doctors, something ridiculous, like 4 or 5 times, didn't know what it was. They went to the hospital 3 times, and I kept saying, that's whatever, hand, foot, and mouth, and I was right. So the doctors, hospitals, everything missed it, and I got it. When I worked in the children's cancer ward, same thing. They'd always miss the things that weren't as serious as the cancer. And like, it was a ball of wax in a baby's ear. And because I'd got in the time, I knew the baby well. I was like, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with her ear. There's a big giant ball of wax in her ear. They're too fast paced. So again, it's, to be fair and practical, doctors only got something ridiculous like 7 minutes. So they're not going to listen to your feelings and all that shit and empathise. That takes too much time to be real. Whereas, that's my thing. So we've got to be. And to be honest, you could even go to some other healers that are more practical, and they're not a counsellor, and they've not got the time. And that's where I think, hopefully I feel the people that are drawn to me take that on board, that, I am a counsellor and a life coach as well. So it's like, I've got the upbeat part, but I've also I can sit and truly listen to people, even before I was trained in that. But that can have its downside, because then you're around folk that haven't got the time to do that, you'll feel like nobody listens to you, and they probably don't. I feel like more rose quartz would be good for you. Yes. Rose quartz says, oh, my dad was admiring my rose quartz bracelet, which I actually found on the beach. I felt like it was a gift from Spirit. I've got loads of different ones of these, but it was like, I found it on a day when I was like, oh, it was just sort of lying there. And I was like, is someone coming back for this? And they were like, no, it's for you. I was like, okay. I hope nobody came back like a couple hours later, like, where's my bracelet? But I mean, the chances of finding that shit. So there might be something here about finding a needle in a haystack, you know what I mean? Right, sorry, this has taken me ages to read these comments, and I've not pulled one card yet. And it's 10 to 9. What the hell? When did I come on here? 7:30. Nathan, have you done Claire's big karmic journey one? She's wearing a black and it's about an hour. It's epic. Yeah, you definitely. Oh my god, yeah, you definitely need to do that, Nathan. Fucking hell, give me the update. People have been able to get out of very dark, toxic situations, whether it's addictions or toxic relationships. So if anyone hasn't done that, specifically do it if you're in a situation where you need to, and update me in 3 weeks, because usually it's about 3 weeks to the day where stuff happens. So, right, okay, I've caught up with the comments now. There's the journeys in a collection, the playlist. Thank you for doing this, Nix. I did an inner child one the other day. Oh yeah, because you commented on, I think that was today I got the notification. Or was that the one about the Aries? Because yes, there you go. So thank you. That's actually proven what I said earlier. Yeah, I know. It's my birthday. I'll let you. I do want to pull a card from that deck you got me though, Charlotte. That one that you commented on today, the one where I'm wearing a red jumper and it's something about taking action, that's the one that I've watched for myself sometimes, and it's actually helped me tidy my room and everything, and that's impossible for me. So watch it. If you need to get shit done, watch it, because I filmed it in an Aries moon. This is what I mean, like, that's my goal as well, that I want to get back to doing them more regularly. But there's loads of stuff I want to do, and then I just don't do any of it. But I mean, I do, but I just didn't have the energy. Now I've got the energy again. But I thought I would have had a wee bit. Anyway, well, I'm doing this. This is what they want me doing just now. Right, okay, now I'm going to get on with it. I've caught up with this. Claire, people in the chat, what's your thought on starseeds? Well, basically we're all that. We're all from the light, but sometimes, you know, it's a bit complicated, that question, because there's false light as well. And all I know is, because I do past life regression and I've had them myself, I describe myself as a blue angry star that nobody was listening to me and that was here to help with the new earth shift and, you know, all this really crazy stuff, which is what I literally do help with. And it did make sense too, because again, well, it's still really the case that I know I'm here to help in a big way, specifically twin flames, but also shift the planet in energy. And well, here's little old me making a little difference, but I am making a difference in this little part of the YouTube. In every little couch, but the thing is, it did make sense. You know, what I'd said made sense with how I actually feel when I'm, you know, consciously awake and that. And then when other people, like Michelle, you don't mind me saying, do you? Because you said in the comment, like Michelle had one, and you just kept going back to being a ball of light, didn't you? And this is what's happened with really everyone I've done that with. They've literally kept going back to lives. Like there was one where someone went back and they were light, and they just wanted to stay there and float in the abyss. And she was so content. It was really amazing for me to watch, actually. When people's Zooms or batteries don't run out and I actually have to talk to them, I was like, Michelle, your phone has died and you're in hypnosis, but because I also said distance healing and Reiki, and I am transmitting a message to you to wake the fuck up, to put your charger in. True story. That happened. Really funny. And it's happened in the groups before, and Nick's can back me up on that, when it's been a group and sometimes my charger has that and I'm like, oh shit, but like, do you mean? And they're all still, and I'm like, guys, I am still doing this for you, but while I get the charger in and it comes back on, and I'm going to I'll be back on that. It's just, and that again, that's unique to me. It's just funny, but it's because they test me. Like some people would panic, but I don't panic, because to me it's no different than sending distance healing. Like, and because I'm both, it's like it tests the intuition to see if this whole telepathic network is really real. And let me tell you, it's real. It's not just you and your twin flame having a wee chin wag. It's fucking everyone. This is why you got to be careful when you got to be like, listen, I'm just sending this to my twin flame, so don't fucking include everyone. And I do literally say shit like that to something. I'm like, don't emit this out to everyone right now, thanks. It's a private chat. That's funny, but it's true. So I didn't really answer that, did I? Do you want me to? Let's use the starseed cards for them to tell us, Nathan. That would be better. But yeah, what I'm saying is there's something in it, but I think there's lots of, this is why I don't use these words to, I mean, I do sometimes. I do use the word hashtag starseed sometimes, but there's a whole load of other people that have hijacked a lot of stuff and can trick you into stuff. So I think we've got to be careful. So sorry, I know that's a bit of a complicated answer, but that's what I would say. But I believe we will get the answers to all of this very soon. I'm fucking energy again. Yeah, that was funny. It was like, was it twice or was it 3 times? And then someone went back to being a crystal, and they were just, and it's funny because that person really loves crystals, like me, you know what I mean? And I really resonated with that life. I was like, I think we were both that crystal at the same time together in the same place, because it was like, so like, but yeah, it's fascinating. So if anyone ever wants that, again, they're longs, that is my 222 schedule, because they're long, and really it should be, when other people that do that charge a lot more than that, by the way, because it takes hours, because you have to get people to a certain relaxed state. But I can get people there quicker. Moving on, that didn't sound right, but it's true. I can get people there quicker, and I can get them deep down and just the hypnosis. And yeah, right, okay, what do we need to know? That specifically tell us something about what Nathan, because I specifically, the card that resonates with me in this deck, because this is the Starseed Oracle mixed with the Light Worker Oracle, I think it's called, and also it's all the same offer, the Rose Oracle, something like that, Oracle of the Rose. But she kicked me out of a group, by the way, true story. So if I ever make it big and that woman watches this, you know it's true then. I was in her Facebook group, right? And I was posting my very good, I'm not even going to be modest, because we're in Sun and Moon and Aries, and that's about the ego. So mine's is just getting a bit inflated right now. It'll calm down again tomorrow in Taurus. But well, it's not tomorrow actually. It'll be it'll just get bigger. It'll be so I'm probably going to be very extra tomorrow and Thursday. So look out for that. Yeah, I was writing, I put in it, and I was sharing that people were fucking loving them, going crazy, and I just kicked me out of the group. They didn't fucking told me why. I was like, what the hell? I was like, but how bad is that? That's like, that I was reading that book at the time. It was really annoying though. When you listen to it on the audiobook, it's like work your light. Every 2 seconds, work your light, work your light. Fucking stop saying that. I mean, it was ruining the flow. So when I record my audiobook, I will not keep saying this. Actually, I will, guys. It would be stupid for me not to say, fuck it, let's go. You'd actually see it now. Throughout the whole book, I'll be like, fuck it, let's go. Fuck it, let's go. And then you'll begin. I'm like, fucking stop saying that. But anyway, yeah, true story. And I couldn't believe it. I was just like, what the fuck? But yeah. But anyway, and then I just started doing my own thing. And that's what's been said to me loads of times. Just become your own authority. Do you know what I mean? Fucking. It was just telling me I'd got my right had got too big for that place, the eclipse is in some parts of the world it's tomorrow, but for us, I don't even know what time it is. It's for us, I think it must be in the morning, it's Thursday. And it's right before it goes, it's like something crazy, like 10 minutes before the moon moves into Taurus. So her audiobook and Piles had hashtags or something. Yeah, oh my God. I didn't even get anywhere. I think I got his one because people often, that happened a lot actually on Facebook where people would compare me to him a lot. And I could see why, because we're both from Scotland, he's Glasgow and I'm Edinburgh. Anyway, I'm going a bit too deep with this, but I don't, you never know. Is anyone from Hay House watching? I mean, I did want to, that was a dream of mine to have a book with Hay House, but I gave up that dream a long time ago because of how much I swear. So, oh yeah, I know. And again, I love that book too. I mean, that's really how you short. No, that isn't how we met, is it? Because it's like you found me ages ago. Well, maybe it is actually, but yeah. I mean, I love Carrie, but it's like same thing. I know what you mean. It's annoying. But yeah, because see, when I was listening to that Rebecca Campbell book, though, I actually went to a funeral, and I'm not kidding you. It was a rose garden, and there's a bit in that book about a rose garden, which I can't even remember anything else. Oh, I did think that. Was it her free group that I met you in? And then, yeah. Oh, that's like, because that's how I met some other people. That's nice. So see what I mean? It's like, yeah, I found her when I was in my Dark Night of Soul, and I focused on the business. But again, I wasn't ready to do a lot of the stuff that I'm only now getting around to doing. So anyway, and this is it, and it's just it's. I know that's what I was just. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of you there. It's I genuinely think that I got involved there to meet you. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like, that's when I went to uni. The 3 girls that I healed there and became best pals with, I actually wrote in my end of essay, because this is all not going the way I saw it to. I believe that one of the main reasons I came to this course was to meet the friends that I've met. I mean, I've not even fucking got them anymore. But it's like, but to be fair, oh my God, that's going too deep now. Can we move away from that stuff? Because that stuff makes me cry. They were all beautiful people, but they could not handle the situation that happened to me. And therefore I had to, it was too overweight. It was all too post-traumatic stress-ish. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, that's actually quite sad, that. Right, so we'll move away, because that's going to fucking carry on in Aries, the fucking salt in the wound thing. But yeah, sometimes I genuinely just get led places to meet certain people, and there we go. Thank you, Charlotte. I love that about you. That's what I got, but that's what I got kicked out for in the Rebecca Campbell one. I just was like fucking put that. I was like, what the fuck, man? And the thing is, it was a shame for me, because I was actually very shy about doing that. Because again, I'm not stupid. I know the things that I wrote. You know, actually, Charlotte. You know then, if you remember that. Remember, like, it was weird, like on my actual page in public. You'd be lucky if sometimes I had about fucking 10 likes and a few comments. And then I think towards the end, maybe it started to get a wee bit more. But in these groups, it was sometimes like 60 things, which is quite a lot compared to, you know, 60 things and like fucking all these comments, people being like, wow, this is amazing. Like there was all the signs that I should be doing that in a bigger way in the public. But it was, and again, it was the same with when I done all the live streaming in these big spiritual groups, which are probably also there. And I would just fucking go, there'd be like 60 women all at once. I don't know why I'm saying 60 a lot. Someone's 60 out there. But there'd be 60 women all at once compared to like fucking 7 or 8 people on my Facebook Live. And it's like I was living a double life. I'm going to pull out the double life card now. Because that's what I was starting to say is the card that I resonate with the most in that deck is double mission, channeling, uplifting humanity. Or is that anyway, what something like that? Because that is what I was for a long time. And in some ways I still am. Because I say it all the time, but I think you ain't seen nothing yet. Like I know what I'm here to shift at this time on the planet, and there's certain things that have to happen before I can fully, truly be myself. But I'm being as much as myself that I can be myself. Right. So that's really making me want to do past life regressions with people to see what your, you know, starseed self is, or your being of the light, or light fat, whatever you want to call it is, because it is real. Right, okay, so you got the love, Hadrian energy, codependency, boundaries. They're probably telling me to get off because I've been on here too long. But yeah, so there's something about, I do talk about codependency quite a lot because obviously that's the counselor part of me. So there is something about here paying attention to your boundaries and codependency. So I feel it is something about, I'm just doing it before I pick a card. It's something about whoever this is for. It's going to be for a few people, but I feel it's like you've already gotten all the signs that something's extremely codependent and it's someone is not paying attention to your boundaries. But I feel it's somebody you're really fond of, because they're showing me a situation in my life. They're showing me a few things, but it's like it's somebody you're really fond of, and now they're drawing me the word entrepreneur. So I feel this is something about business. And it's like you're aware that something is kind of not feeling comfortable, but you're not saying it. And I feel this is, I'm not looking at the comments just now, so it doesn't pull me away. I feel this is something about something's going to happen with business. So like I said, eclipses bring endings. I feel if you don't speak up, and it doesn't need to be dramatic, but if you're not kind of using your voice and you're assertive, I think there's going to be like some sort of tower moment. Something's going to, because again, that they're showing me a time in my life when that happened, where it was like I wasn't dealing with something. So something happened to just be like, annoy me so much. And I didn't snap at it, but it was just I had to nicely say something. And this is the thing, sometimes even when you say something nicely, you're going to butt hurt someone and you're just going to have to do it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, because you're uncomfortable for it. Whoever this is for, you're uncomfortable for a reason. And it comes, like I said, it comes from a place of you feeling like you're going to hurt someone's feelings. But if you're always not putting your own needs first, what you're probably going to end up doing is you're going to probably end up hurting yourself the most. Yeah. And I was going to say hurting other people that don't deserve. Yeah, there's something about that. Learning how to be human in the world, but not of it. And think about it, I was asking about, from what you asked about the starseed thing, that's crazy. Look, it is the starseed cards, and that's 3 different decks. That's that deck, the starseed oracle. So maybe you need that one. But it's kind of like, you know, that is a problem, that when you connect with that energy, it's like what I said actually on the last live stream, isn't it? Is that when, remember, see, that's the difference between me being in Pisces moon and Aries moon. Because I do, you know, when I watched it back, it was true though. I do feel like that some days, not every day, or that would be a bit of a miserable existence. But I did say something like, I don't know if I said I hate it here, but I do have to, like, it was like, this is a fuck, do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, man? What is this planet all about? And you know what I mean? What are people all about? And, you know, and I think I'm allowed to have moments like that. When, like you said, betrayal is a thing I experienced quite a lot in my life, guys, you know, more than I'd like. I'm sure you used to too. But it's, you know, sometimes when you're in that kind of, you know, you can fall into the victim mode sometimes. And it's just, that's what I feel this is. And it's not a coincidence, actually. My friends did that today. I was just like, I remember some moments in my life where I was out, and it'd usually be on nights out. And I said this other day, and I'd be like, don't even want to be here. I don't want to be doing this, and I don't want to be with these people. But what's the other option? You know what I mean? So I feel somebody's going through that right now. And it's just crazy that, like, I wish, and they're pulling me at the start of the box for these cards as well. So again, I feel it does come down to the fact that whether you want to call it a starseed or you've come here to help at this point on this planet to help people, whatever you want to call it, that's why. Like, you feel like you're not from here, and it's probably because you're not. Definitely because you're not. That lands with people it's meant to, in the world, but not of it. But the whole point in those past life regressions that I do with people is because sometimes the past life regression is just you're going back to a life where you were. I'll use someone on here actually. I wouldn't say who it was though, but it was like, there's somebody. It was someone had expressed feeling like they were a leader or something, of some kind, but I can't remember, there was some kind of issue, whatever it was. And then we went back and it was that. It was exactly, it resonated. Anyway, the point is, whatever you go back to in the past life, it always makes sense for the present, and that's what you fix, And I do that in my shamanic work too, because past lives are my thing, clearing karma and past lives, whatever you want to call it. This is all the stuff I help you with. And again, as time goes on with Saturn and Pisces, I really do feel, and that means it's true, a lot more people are going to be less ignorant to that, because there's lots of people that don't even believe in past lives and that. But again, I feel sorry for them because it's very real. I experience it as very real, and past lives are an absolute thing with twin flames, 100%. And not just your twin flame. Like, I can feel my past lives with everyone. It's just weird. And even if I've just met someone, but yeah, those starseed ones is what I call it, is because I don't know if that's still on the thing, but anyway, it's when I do those ones and I have to specifically, and I can't control it, but when I set the intention to do that, to like be, to when you're a energy or light or something, it is fascinating, and it really does, there's not a whole load that comes through, but it really does just go back to very simple lives where you didn't have all these human problems like that card. Like, you were just light, you were a ball of light, and people just explain feelings of calm and peace. And actually, what I've noticed is they get really annoyed, like if I talk to them too much. Like, I usually have to get the person to sit in it for, it feels like forever for me, but for like about 5 minutes of that, or maybe longer, like of this peace. And then I actually have to say, like you can't stay here, we've got to go back. And it's fucking 4 a.m. Do you know what I mean? This is but it's basically, it's the fact that it's real. It's crazy, but and this is what I know that I have to find a way to do that with somebody. I suppose either I could do it if someone was up for me recording it on Zoom and then showing it, or doing it with somebody that actually lives near me. Maybe actually I could get one of my friends to do that. But anyway, the point is so that I can show you what I mean, to show you that it's real, because people are in hypnosis and they all come up with very similar stuff, and they are deep down in hypnosis. And that's what's fascinating. Like, all the stuff about New Earth and all that, people can't all be saying the same stuff and everyone be wrong. Like, there's something in it. Anyway, I'll go really deep. I need to work on my new story. My old story was I always give in groups and not getting a lot back, but I'm calling in more on the other side of this portal. Yes, you do, because it's, again, that's about taking personal responsibility, that you have to not do that then, and that'll be why you were led to me. Yeah, basically that'll be one of the reasons why you were led to me, because that's been my lesson, is to not overgive. And I mean, you can see I do still overgive because I'm a Sag moon, but I do, if people have actually watched the journey of me, that I am proud of myself. I have got better at that. It's like, I'm not going to give, I just go with the flow. But I did realize, I was like, I can't be fucking giving people free cards every time when I'm on like nearly every weekday. But I'll find what works. But it's because I know as well that it's like, I show up when people need me most. That's all. And I mean, that's my catch, that's one of my catch things, like they're in the, whatever, I can't remember my own thing. Clarity and balance in the moments you need it most. Divine plan, Sophia, wisdom, intelligence within destiny. And look, I just said that, it's destiny. Like, it is part of the divine plan. When they chuck me on, well, it used to always be Facebook, but when they chuck me on here, when I just do the random ones, it's always divinely timed. that was what I called my lives as well. That is what I called my lives as well. Whereas it's a bit different when I'm actually coming on most weekday nights now, so it'll be a bit different. Creativity, ideas, inspiration, artist, writer, channel. And again, that's I'm just saying, you know, that's what my gift is, to come on and share. And it's about though, but there's my other tagline, my gift is helping you find yours. And through me finding out what my gift is over the years, and really it's just showing up and channeling and doing this, it helps you find yours. Yeah, ancient power, expression, activation, scarlet codes. And again, I'm there to activate that within you, but also there's again, I was talking about this today as well, but there's something about that. I really need to find the book for that. There's something about the scarlet codes bit, with me being that kind of Mary Magdalene kind of energy, depending on where my mood is. And when I've channeled the stuff about, you know, there was a lot of controversy around Mary Magdalene, and you know, yeah, who knows? That's fucking hell. That happens to me still, and it happens. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like, what you know can't hurt you. What you don't know can't hurt you. Coping mechanisms. There's my coping mechanism. Density, addiction, let God in. You know what I mean? It's like, all I know is I focus on the people I'm helping rather than the people that I'm pissing off. And then look, that brings me joy, and it brings other people joy. Right, I'll go. I think that's the message. Joy, enjoyment, life for success, vitality, play. But it's true, I get what they're saying there. It's like, well, it's like when I said to you that one of my close friends that I don't see all the time, but I do still, you know, it's like, I don't know about Bessie, because when lots of years gone, but anyway, it's like somebody that I don't see for ages, and then when I see her, it's like nothing's changed. And yeah, when she said to me, but she's got a Pisces placement, and it was when she said to me, why did you stop doing it? Like, why did you just give it up? Like, I was watching you, and like, I've watched my teen, but I loved it. And it's just, you know, and it just comes back to that, what I said, you never know who you're helping, you know what I mean? Right, okay, so let's put them there. But specifically, if you want to know what your starseed life was, or anything like that with these kind of words, like, it is something I can do in a past life regression. We can find out. I can't always guarantee you're going to go back to the energy where you were a ball of light or another being, but I happen to feel that if you set the intention for that, it's come through with every person I've done it with. So you'll find out about some kind of life, past life. Right, so what Kali card do we need? Here, is this blue eyeliner went all about my face? You can't really see because it's kind of will have melted. You helped me find mine. Good, I'm glad. Yes, that and also that kind of it mentioned about the art there. Have a lovely night, Claire. I will email you right after the stream, and we can talk about setting up a session in a month's time. Lovely, yes, or even sooner. But yes, I will check that. So again, because there's somebody else had emailed me about booking something, and yeah, I'm going to get back to them. I'm not going to do it tonight, though, guys. You know what I mean? It's like, never mind the fact that it's my birthday. It's just that it's late now. I need to go. I've got my routine, and we're already over time. I need to go for my bath and my bed. So I'll check that shit tomorrow before my other free lunch. It's funny, but it's true. Right. What Kali card do we need? Let's do it for God, this chat's been very random, but it's fine. It's like the old lady chat again. When did I do the old lady chat last week? Was that on the Tuesday? No, that was the first one. I think that's what happened on the Wednesday, or the first. Oh, no, it was Thursday. Yeah, because I do think I'm going to listen. It might take me a few weeks. It might even take me a few months, but I'm going. Hopefully not a few months, but I'm going to get it down to a fine art that. Some of these are probably going to be like, 2 hours or an hour and a half. Again, you're going to really luck out on a lot more healing, right? And then I'm going to get it down to a fine art of, if I'm going to do this Monday to Thursday or Tuesday to Friday or whatever I'm going to do, I'll get it down to half an hour. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know how long that'll take me. But like I said, that's what I'll do. Even if I have got 2 that are like at 1 o'clock twice a week, and then some that are like later on at night, it'll get to the point where you'll just catch the one you're meant to catch. And if you want to watch them all, you can, and replay whatever. But that's how I'll do it, because that fits my kind of spontaneity, like just showing up when I'm into it. Because I could just do it like that. I could just keep it. That'll come on every day, but I'll just come on when I feel guided. I might end up just doing that. But I kind of think for people, there would be some kind of nice consistency. Like maybe that's enough though, to just do therapy Thursday at the same time every week, and then the other times, that's what I'm going to do. The other times, just fucking whenever. I think that satisfies my wild soul. One time you'll know, so one day a week you'll know when it is, and the other times, whenever. Right, okay, so give us a card for the collective of divine feminines, and this is divine masculines, feminine side as well. And you have a lovely night as well, Nathan. Look, I've spoke that long, one of the regulars is off. Right. They're pulling me a Mary Magdalene book over there. That's quite funny that I said that. Right. Divine feminine. And if it's not yours, it just isn't for you tonight. But let's see. Mahakali, you can trust that what is happening now will give way to a new expression when the time is right. That right time will be the best time, when your readiness matches the requirements for success. I don't think I've ever read this before. Attend to your work with determination and hope in your heart. A little bit like what I've said tonight. Trust that the divine is taking care of everything else. Your progress is spiritually protected. I'm not leaving. I thought you were. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. No. Nathan, I'm not leaving. I thought you were. That's when the people leave you before you leave them. Now, yes, that can be for twin flames. It's when your twin flame abandons you before you abandon them, even though you weren't going to abandon them, if you're that twin, or you're the one that fucked off. But it's like, come on, it's true. Seriously. Or it's about anyone, the people in your life that leave you, like their subconscious mind makes something up, that they leave your life because subconsciously they feel you're going to abandon them at some point. So it's better we get this over with sooner rather than later. And again, if you don't get how the subconscious mind works, well, that's how the subconscious mind works. Consciously, that won't make sense to a lot of you, but you know what I mean? That's why hypnotherapy, past life regression, it's why everything I do is important. Like hypnotherapy, past life regression, or counselling. So, because the point of, I know lots of you'll know this, but I really do feel I need to explain this. Counselling is very important because when you're actually getting out, like you're talking about it, and especially if you're like me and you're chatty and you kind of, it's like you need to work, because you see, I come up with my own answers. If I talk for long enough, I'm like, oh yeah. And I've done this with my own counsellor, and I do this with my friends that listen to me, and I do this on here with you guys. It's like, and some people are like that. So you would be good with a counsellor because you're talking and you're coming up with your own answers, but you wouldn't be able to cover them if you didn't have that sounding board of the friend, the counsellor, the Facebook Live. I mean, it's not Facebook Live, Zoom, fucking YouTube, whatever the fuck. But obviously it's different because in counselling, the therapist, the counsellor can respond back when you take a breath. Granted, with mine, it was pretty hard for it to do that. It's true. It was hard for it to do that. But yeah, there's something about balancing out the energy, like when you talk it out, you're getting the balance of just getting it, you're activating the throat, you're getting out there. But it's the fact that, like, that's why I'm going to use it again. I'm going to post that again, the breakdown of it, because I was talking about the other day with someone when they were saying that they'd been to therapy, and I mentioned that, and I said it again to someone else today as well, and they were like, whenever I say, oh, I love that film, but it's kind of like that breakdown, especially the guy done of Good Will Hunting, I just was brilliant, because it was about, that's why it's the therapeutic process that unfolds, the magic that happens over the sessions, like, because specifically with that character, he doesn't, he's fallen in love with her, but he doesn't trust that she's going to stay because of his childhood wounds. And again, this, I know his stuff's more serious, but it really could apply to anyone, I feel. Maybe not, anyway, it will to some people out there, but it's the fact that what is beautiful about it is that's the therapeutic process. Not all counsellors are going to be as cool as Robin Williams or me, like, let's face it. But I did always get people being very attached and being like, you're really cool. You're like a counsellor that swears and does astrology. I was like, yeah, but don't mention it name. I'm talking about astrology in here, right? Because I'm not meant to be doing that. But I did help a lot of folk with that. I'm just saying. But like they were getting counselling and life coaching, and you're not really, most people, like counsellors are like, oh, you're not meant to do counselling with life coaching, and life coaches are like, I'm not a counsellor, I'm a life coach, I get people the results quicker. And I'm like, I'm both, right? I'll just fucking go where the person's at and I'll do a wee bit of both, and they will fucking feel better a lot quicker than what I do my own thing. But where was I going with that? This will be interesting what the Divine Masculines card is. Yeah, but anyway, that's what I love about that film, is that it's like, because it's the bits where he picks up the phone in the rain and he doesn't even speak and then he hangs up. And then this is the other thing. I also got led to She's the Man. Now, again, Channing Tatum ladies, so, there's, even if it's a shit film, we're going to watch it. It might just be me. But I loved that when I was younger. And in that film, token hot guy, but he's actually really shy. And it was a bit where it was like, now, oh my God, like, that's funny. I wondered if I was going to channel about this. This literally just happened last night, that I was led to the clip where he wants to ask out the sister. Oh God, you need to watch the film. He wants to ask out the sister, who's actually the girl. Oh fuck, this is so complicated. It's called She's the Man because she's not allowed to play football, I think it is, something like that. So she dresses up as her brother. And I mean, it's so not fucking convincing. You can tell it's her, but anyway, by the by. That's what my niece has got a wee bit of that Virgo in her, because that's her first house, and it's like she grasses all the time, right? Like, if she's had a bit of chocolate and she's not meant to have it, like, she'll grass right away, right? And it's funny, she's done it tonight, it's funny as fuck. It's, you gotta love her honesty, right? It's kind of like, wow, shit, like, she can't keep a secret. And again, that's very different from me. You might fucking think that's, I can keep, oh, believe me, I can keep a secret. I can keep yours, I can keep mine, I can keep a secret, right? But I've got many of your secrets, haven't I? And I keep them to myself. And it's like, even I'm being serious, even some of the deepest, darkest sessions I've got that would get me a shitload more clients, I have to keep them to myself. And I've even had people, just tell people, and I'm like, no, I don't want to risk it. So, and if I do tell things, it'll be much further down the line, years later, when it's, but anyway, but no, I can keep a secret. Pluto retrograde, Scorpio, 12th house, I can keep a secret. But basically, yeah, and She's the Man, she dresses up. So anyway, right, the point is, he must see her as herself at some point and he fancies her. But then there's also this really token popular girl or whatever, right? And everybody fancies her. But she starts to fancy the girl that's dressed up as the boy. Oh my God, fuck me, this is so confusing. Anyway, so so there's somebody needs to watch. I need to watch it. I need to fucking find that again, because it's the algorithm on this channel. Now, bear in mind, I don't watch things from this channel. I just do it, and because it's starting to cotton on the things I talk about, it shows me something. I'm like, oh, and it always shows me clips of films. So this is going to be relevant, but it keeps showing me She's the Man stuff, and so I'm just going to go with this. And I do need to watch it. I haven't watched it for years. But the bit that it showed me was, it's like he's building up the courage to talk to the sister, who's the brother dressed up, the sister dressed up as the brother, if we're fucking sticking with this. But the popular girl comes over, but she doesn't come over because she fancies the hot guy. She comes over to make the other one jealous because she thinks that, right? So the point is, what they were saying to me was, it's like when a karmic distracts. Oh, I know why they're saying this. Oh my God, that's crazy. They're getting me to say this because, and again, I don't know the Bible, guys. I know that you maybe think I should because I fucking channel God and everything, but I don't. Again, the other day, I remember I was even getting mixed up with the day that Jesus died. I'm sorry, people that offends, but channel that energy all the time. Anyway, I thought that was funny. Like, not, you know what I mean? It was just funny that I didn't know the day. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, the angel rolled the stone away on the Sunday. Did it anyway, whatever. But I say the things out loud that most people don't. I think that's why people get the entertainment. Do you know what I mean? And it is just me. I'm not even fucking. This isn't a show. It's literally me. But basically, it's like, remember there was a family friend that used to come on and be like, "Oh, I really love the show," and I'm like, "It's not a fucking show." But well, maybe it is to some people, but it's not a show. It's not TV. But it's no Long Island Medium. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, if people did follow me around my camera, it would be fucking hilarious. I watched the Truman Show yesterday. That's going to come into the channel. And Divine Masculines, watch the Truman Show and you'll have the answer to what to do. Do you know what I mean? Break the fuck out of there. You're just break the fuck out of there. But basically, especially because, you know, with that, the Truman Show, that's so twin flamey because they don't even make a big deal about the Sylvia. That name's probably going to be relevant. But the one that's watching, being like, come on, get out, like, see what you're in. That, you know, all the film ends and she just grabs her coat because she's late to meet him. That's twin flames. But basically, and think about it as well, they're trying to say that she's crazy. Because remember, the false dad comes to pick her up and he's like, sorry, we're putting her in a mental hospital and that. She does this to every guy. You're just one of them. So there's something as well about a feeling someone's twin flame story. I think that you've been called everything under the sun. People have been saying you go with this person, that person, and that person. I don't know what's been said about who and all that, but there's Scarlet Letter card. That's what that somebody has planted the seed of bad stuff about you if you're that, or something has been said to you if you're the other one. There's all that going on. Fuck me, by the way. This we shuffle and see if that card comes out again. The Aries truth's coming out tonight. But basically, and it's a dark moon too. This is when you do shadow work, and this is really this is what I mean. I said I was going to say important stuff, and this might be the important stuff that needs people to click. But yeah, in that film, sorry, I'm just trying to remember because I haven't seen this film for years, but I'm just thinking that I'm just going to go with a clip that they showed me. So it's the most popular girl in school. So think about it, even if he's not really that arsed about her, it's ego to be like, it's the most popular girl. Because he says that, he's like, it's the most popular girl in school, ask you out, you do it. So, but he actually drops the fact that he was going to ask the one he really has started to like out, who's actually her. That's what's funny if you watch it. Like, she's pretending she's the brother, but it's her. She's like, I thought you were going to ask out Viola or something. And he's like, dude, the hottest girl in school asks you out, you do it. You know what I mean? But then, you hurt the one that you actually want. So anyway, you get it. It's really funny. He goes on the date and it's this whole thing when he doesn't know what to say. And he's like, he ends up being like, do you like cheese? Do you know what I'm saying? Who's seen this? Charlotte, you'll have seen that. Surely. And if you've not, it's one that I've got, one of the many films that I'm going to get you to watch. But no, it's a really good film, and it is very twin flamey, I would say, because basically, of course, him and the hot girl have got absolutely nothing in common. She doesn't even fucking like him. He doesn't even really like her. And yeah, and I can't remember what happens where the one that she hurts him in some way, and he's like butthurt, as I'd call it. Like, his ego's hurt. Oh, I think it's because she's been lying about being a guy. Oh yeah, but he'd have, yeah. So that's, God, there's probably some relevance in this. But yeah, so she's pretended to be her brother to get that scholarship. And then the one that she's fallen in love with, he's fallen in love with her. They were roommates, and that's what it is. So the guy's actually really, this is a lot of divine masculines, by the way, many of them, regardless of gender, that he's actually really hot, but he's really shy. And she brings him out his shell and encourages him to talk to his sister, but it's actually her. So that's a bit, she had motives. But you know what I mean? The point is like she got to see the real him, where everyone else has just saw an act, really. That's very clever. I've just channeled a lot of divine masculines. Right, okay, so anyway, I'm going to have to watch this now. I haven't seen it. Oh, I felt you were going to say that. I haven't seen it, but I saw it on the list the other week. It's on the list. What do you mean on the list? What's that? Yeah, because it's really old. It's not new. Like, this is like 2000 and, I don't know. It's really old. But yeah, anyway, it must be coming up for someone, and it is really funny. And like I say, it was one of my favourites, just because I love Channing Tatum. So Right, okay, so let's do divine masculine now. So, God, sorry about that. The innuendos are terrible tonight. It's not me. Uh, right. Chinamasta. In order to grow, the soul may need to separate itself from that which it once relied upon. Oh, that's interesting. Twin flame separation. Oppression will be overcome. Also, because I spoke about codependency. Just when I was scrolling for something to watch. Oh, right. Yeah, it might be on Disney Plus. I don't think it's got a lot of sexual reference in it, really. Might be. Yeah, might be. Do not cling to. I mean, no Disney probably has anyway. Sorry, but yeah, careful what you're letting your kids watch on Disney too, guys. But we've all had it from a young age. You know that when you watch some Disney films back, you're like, wow, there's some real hidden shit in that. That's not good anyway. Sorry, I don't know how much I want to wake people up in here right now. Anyways, do not cling to what has been. Sometimes the best way to heal from the past is to cut it off completely and focus on inner regeneration and reorientation towards a more fulfilling future. This is for divine masculines. I hope you are listening up. You shall know true love and freedom. And I'm just thinking about what Nathan said. And I feel I want to read this one on the bottom for both. Oh, look at this. This is Aries energy. My twin is female divine masculine, while I'm male divine feminine. Oh yes, again. Sometimes when I'm reading that, I really have to fucking and it's like, you know, I feel there are many twins as well where you'll have your days where, you know, there's usually one where you feel more aligned with majority of the time, you know what I mean? But then you can tell when you're in that other energy. But when you're actually with your twin, like that is just what I mostly feel is the most important thing to remember is, but again, this is deep, and I bet you this card's going to say something about that. You can only meet someone else as deeply as you've met yourself. And that's why I have got a lot of remember Aries is confidence too, but I've got a lot of confidence in that with me, and that's why I'm a bloody good anything that I do, but a good hypnotherapist, because you have to be confident to get the results with your clients, right? And it's kind of like I've said before, I wouldn't want getting hypnotherapy off of somebody that wasn't confident, because you're instilling confidence, and sometimes it actually is a session for confidence. But do you know what I'm saying? It's like it's you. If the hypnotherapist doesn't believe in themselves, they're not going to get you to believe yourself, and that's what I get people to do, believe in themselves. But it's like, oh God, I was going so. See, this is when I go so floaty when I've been doing this for ages. That why was I saying that? Why the fuck was I saying that? Oh yeah, that I can meet people very deeply in a session, and it's quite, you know, some people, it's like, even some of you have been like, this is really intense, and you just got to stay with it, and it's quite triggering. But it's because you've almost got to see it as like, I'm practice for you and your twin flame. Because like, again, I don't mind saying that as well. Like say, you know, whenever I have come into contact with mine, like I find it hard to look in his eyes. You know what I mean? Like really, and he really finds it hard to look at mine. And when we do, it's scary. So that's, who knows if we'll ever fucking get over that. But it's kind of like doing it'll more just change. Like, but it's because you're looking at yourself, you know what I mean? And it is intense. And like I say, I do feel from what I've judged from listening to loads of people, whether it's on this chat or in personal sessions, I think we're just a really extreme example of quite a lot of things on this journey. So again, I can only speak for what that's when my personal experience, it's very intense. And I think I'll just get even more surprises, you know, it's just intense. But and now I'm just going into that energy, so we need to come out of that. Fucking come out of that. Face your fears, for it is the right time and you're ready to overcome them. That was interesting timing. You will be given the power to fulfill your heart's desires. Embrace your path with confidence. And I was just talking about confidence. Healing around belonging and abundance is taking place within your soul. You're spiritually protected from toxic energies. Oh, and I was talking about karmic, so that example. of the, yeah, because basically that's what it is, right? In the film, that's it. That's it, right? The girl that dresses up as a guy thinks that the blonde one is a threat, right? But she's not, because she doesn't actually like him. So again, this isn't going to be your exact situation, right? But it actually could be. Fucking hell, it actually could be. That could be channeling a situation where someone's in a relationship with someone, but they're not even bothered about them, and they actually fancy their pal. Because that could be it. Because that's how it is in that film. And so the one that's a girl that's dressing up the guy thinks that she's in competition with her, but she actually isn't. Because then the one admits towards the end of the film, she's like, I'm only like pretending to sort of date him because I fancy your brother. And then of course the brother is actually her dressed up as a guy. That's really funny. What the hell is this? And then she's like, oh shit, right. But then by then, the guy is fucked off at her for lying about being a guy, as you would. But they all make it up and it's fine. It's all good. It's a good film. It's pretty funny. You should watch it. But yeah, there's a lot in that about like it's just. Yeah, there's a lot in it actually. I really want to watch it now. Recognize your inner divine. Oh my god, look at this. This is so me. This I remember loving this card before because I'm going to call my course "Badass Boundaries." Coming to a place near you. Recognize your inner divine badass and commit to your dreams with conviction. That is very double Aries energy. My eyeliner's definitely got to have melted all over the fucking joint. Anyway, right, so we're not done though. I don't know what time I'm going to sit here till, but I'm comfy. We're just let me pull a card from the new deck from that Charlotte gave me though, because I do want to. Where are we going now, guys? I'm just laughing. I'm like, yeah, it's like I've had all the happy birthdays today because I've spent it with one of my best pals. I saw my other best pal the other day. I had my happy birthday with my other best pal. The one from my one I was with was sitting in my. So the point is, you only want the genuine people around you. You don't want all the fake ones. See, when people are getting all that shit on Facebook, like happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. It's like, shut up, don't fucking like me. You're just fucking doing that so everyone can see. Anyway, sorry, it's true. I don't miss that. Oh, it's on Netflix. I don't have Netflix actually. I've got everything else, but I don't have Netflix. I used to, and I don't. Right. It's probably on Prime. I've got the Prime thing. Right. Where's Divine Feminines at? I love this wee deck. I'm signing off. Well, sleep well. Thank you for joining us. Right. Where is the Divine Feminines at? Go with those cards. Oh, that's funny. I thought definitely yes was going to come out. So again, yeah, someone must have asked a question, but I did see that in my third eye. Let go of stress. Don't take on other people's stress. Breathe it out now. So again, I feel there's something about that. Honestly, that really does actually feel where I'm at. It's like I feel this Divine Feminine Collective has got to a place of just not taking on other people's stuff, and really that is what everybody needs to learn. This is particularly if you've already went through your dark night of soul. It is imperative that you learn that right now this year. So I feel I'm really talking to really anyone that resonates with this, but definitely other people that are either healers in a position of healing a lot of people like me, or and again, although I've not a massive channel, it's still a lot of people. There's still a lot of people, like, again, because there's some people with bigger channels than me that don't get engagement and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like it's still a lot of people, but it's just about basically you've learned the balance of focusing on yourself more than focusing on your twin flame as well. I feel that's really what that's about too. And again, it's like what I said, every day is different, but you get to a point where it really is something will happen in your life where you're either given no choice because of, well, like I say, getting fed up, and then you're just pushed into zero fucks mode, but still loving them a lot. But you're just like, it's not moving on, it's proper surrender. You just don't know until it happens to you, basically. But yeah, definitely yes. They're agreeing. The answer to your question is a strong yes. So again, divine feminines that resonate with this, you're meant to be letting go of other people's shit. And I really do feel, you see, that's not just you and your twin flame, it's the other people around you. I think where there was that was coming back to what that was the first card, the very first card was about codependency. Wherever there's been obvious codependent stuff in your life with close people around you, which could literally be anyone, well, obviously that's the obvious ones. But I feel this is about more kind of sneaky things where it's like you hadn't really kind of saw it as that, but then you realise it did become that. And it's about you're not going to be able to save everyone. They're telling me that this feels very Aries. You can't set yourself on fire to save other people, and that includes your twin flame and everyone. Because you're not, like, for instance, to use me as an example, like in these times, sorry, but it's going to get a lot darker than this for the whole world. And I know that I'm somebody that I'm meant to fucking sit on this seat, like here, making people that, and basically getting people through a rough time. And just taking it day by day. And it's because it is healing as well. But even if I wasn't healing, it's making people laugh and it's cheering them up. And it's kind of like, just, and that's why I said, like, who don't just take it day by day? Like, I don't fucking know what time's going to suit me doing this, but don't. So there's something in that about wherever you're at. Because they're pulling me that card, the last one that says experience peace and calm. Like, stop worrying about the future so much and just live in the here and now. Here for a good time. I just fucking hear that in the back of my head. Right. So, Claire, you're my new favourite YouTuber. You always wear top 10, but I find you a badass already. Thank you. I love that. The fact that I'm somebody's favourite YouTuber is that's an honour. Thank you. You've such a good flow of energy. My senses are going nuts with the energies in these streams and videos. Yeah, but like I said, that's also our Chiron. That's your Chiron and my Pluto. It's like they're homies. But I appreciate you saying that, because again, I really do feel the soul family that are meant to, like, that's the kind of stuff that because I know that that's what happens to Nyx. I mean, she's just left, and Charlotte says that quite a lot when she's on here as well, that she feels the energy, and others that come on when the time's right. Again, there's lots of people that aren't here anymore as well, because they're just not meant to be here anymore, or they might watch on the down low. Do you know what I mean? But it's and like I say, people come and go, and you see that where I haven't spoken to you for ages. People come and go, and it's but that's good for new people that don't get that. It's like, why am I fucking feeling all this shit all over my body? It's because I'm a healer, right? It's meant to be happening. It's moving energy, right? Where's the divine masculine at? Oh God, that just flew out. Oh, and look what it says: curiosity. So start a project related to something you're curious about. So again, I really do feel as well with this, because it's a unicorn bending down to see a wee cat. It's like they're very different. So I feel that's about Charlotte, fucking hell, that's loyalty to the death. Are you kidding? Are you one of these people that you just went to YouTube to fix something? I laugh at that, because I'm subscribed to fucking far too many. And again, it's like so many that it's like I don't even bloody watch it that, but like I like watch 2 minutes of one and then I fucking roll on the next. But no, like I said, I was fucking hands up. YouTube is my addiction. It absolutely is. Like I said, I like to have a day a week where I don't watch it. But I failed yesterday, because I definitely watched it yesterday, and I think Monday was the day I was not going to do it. It's funny that though, isn't it? Lots of people do associate YouTube as being like something where if like you need to find something out or if something's broken. That's going to change though. But yeah. But right, so but also I think there's wisdom in that too. If someone really speaks it, but it's just everyone's different, isn't it? But right. But I'm honoured even more with that. I think that I'm the only one you watch. But branch out, Charlotte. Fuck hell, there's some good folk out there probably saying shit you're missing. Right, so start a project related to something you're curious about. I feel that is about the twin flames out there that are really starting to wake up. So this isn't everyone. I know that you are awake to this, but the twin flames that are starting to really wake up and research about I've watched others in the past, but I come to YouTube for you and the music videos. Oh my god, listen, that warms my heart. That really does warm my heart. But it's kind of like the see, I've not got a lot of people I have got, the two things that you've just said, like that. I mean, and the fact that it's my birthday makes it even more special. That really does. And the fact that I know there's a lot of people that feel like that about me and they don't talk. Because sometimes I've had people boot me and they're like, I've been watching you for years. You feel like you're my best friend. And I'm like, but then it makes me cry a little bit sometimes too, because I'm like, but well, that's a shame that I didn't even know you till today. It's like, but anyway, but no, it's good. It does. It's nice. Yeah, I feel that is about loads of things. It's like the ones waking up looking for information about twin flames. So that's people right at the start, really. Or it could be the divine masculines that didn't know what to call it. So therefore they go searching for, so like first they'll search. So I mean, I just think how it happened to me is like, did it happen to me? I don't know if I was searching something about soulmate. I mean, I wouldn't need to search, they just fucking show me. Well, there's other synchronicities that happen to me that I don't, I've never been guided to share the big things that actually happened to me to tell me because they're too unbelievable. But some people know, so keep on the doubt. But I will say that at the right time. But well, I won't need to say it actually, put it that way. But basically, but I have told this before that I was guided to something that was like, it was something like putting, the person you're interested in birthday, or it was something like putting your own birthday or put in the person's, I don't know what it was. It was something about soulmates or something though, right? And I swear to God, I mean, is it, what I was going to say is like, nobody's going to believe me, but this did happen where I think it wasn't even, it was put in your own birthday and the example birthday was his birthday. That's when I was like, what the fuck? And I actually had to think, and I was like, wait a minute, that is his, because this was right years ago, right? This was right before I clicked that he was my twin flame, and I was thinking, of all the fucking example birthdays, that's a bit weird that that's his birthday. And then it was like, then I think, then it just from that day on, I just saw his fucking name everywhere, and it just fucking haunted me. But yeah, everyone will have their own unique sort of story for that, for how it sort of happened. Like I say, some people's unique stories involve booking a session with me that they thought they were curious about something completely unrelated, and then they ended up fucking talking about twin flames and being like, shit, that person from years ago is my twin flame. And I've just fucking realised. But yeah, that's what I feel this is about. Start a project related to something you're curious about, but also I feel that's a lot of you that you're not, like, again, I know there's some people that tune into this that they're nowhere near ready for the twin flame for lots of reasons, or there's things like fucking oceans keeping people apart and everything, like literal oceans, not just feelings or motorways or whatever it might be keeping you apart. Right, what else for the divine masculine? So again, it'll be different things for different people, but there's curiosity sparking. Venus and Gemini is sparking that curiosity. And again, I do feel as well, it's like this. Now, there's no card to tell me this, but I feel a deep longing of the soul, or a yearning, which is guiding people to find out more about this. Aren't there levels to ascension and making up? Yeah, there are. And that's why I always say, like, I mean, again, I know it's, but I get bored with saying the same thing over and over again. But if you're new to me, like I say all the time, if anybody says, I'm fully awake and I've not, like what you said earlier was a huge compliment, and you said, I can feel like whatever, something about getting more egoless. But like what I would say is, if you ever find somebody that claims they've not got an ego, or they're making the ego this like really terrible bad thing, because there are elements to your ego is fear, but fear can help you in things as well, like it's fight or flight. Like fear is there to protect you, but it's just if you're taking it to extremes of the twin flames, or anyone, because it's not just twin flames that are running it, like in Good Will Hunting, like he's only running, I mean, she's amazing, she's amazing, like they fall in love and she's, you can tell it they're meant to be, but it's like he's only running away because he's had a terrible child, and his is particularly bad, but because he's had a bad childhood, and everybody that has ever loved them, because I'm looking at your love, has abandoned them or let them down or, you know, literally hurt him in that case, his automatic response is, fuck, I've really fallen in love with her, and if I get her, she's going to break my heart. And it's good, like, you know, and so that's why it's like the two parts are in, you know, they're contradicting one another. And that, this is funny because I was talking about hypnotherapy with someone earlier today, just before I came here, and it's like, that's what hypnotherapy is all about. So it's like, you can only get a change in hypnotherapy. God, they really made me talk about the shit that I do. I mean, I suppose that's what happens all the time here, but it's like, specifically tonight, yeah, it's like, they really made me explain that, like breaking stuff down. You can only get a change in hypnotherapy if you truly want that. So this is very relevant for twin flames. If you see what I mean, this is what I mean about Nathan, your Chiron and Scorpio gets my Pluto digging even deeper. So it is quite good, but it makes me go like really deep. But it's kind of like so because that all came from you saying about the levels of ascension, and what I was meaning there is, yeah, like there are, like, even though, you know, like I've been awake for, like I said, I fucking came out the womb awake, but I had a big woke up like massively and realized a lot about the world 2010, because that was my twin flame activation. And then 2012 was, I would say, that was a real dark time in my life. And then again, my big, you know, I always say that was my main one, but like say just more recently, I think it was maybe 2012. But the bit when the most changed in my life, it was 2016. Arguably, it started happening even 2014. So anyway, but what I'm saying is it never stops for me. Like, I'm always being taken to new heights, and I'm taking people with me when I'm doing that. The people that are ready to, basically. Because what I'm saying is there will be people that have tuned into this and they're a twin flame. And so if it's the twin flames, are like, I know, like, there's some people in here that, like, again, like, they would be the first to admit, but again, I don't, and also it's the same people that I feel like, but I don't expect you to do that, because there's some people who tune in here, right, that will talk sometimes, and other times, and other people that tune in that don't talk, that they weren't awake to some of the stuff that they are to now, even like a year ago or 2 years ago. And it's like, I've been a part of helping them wake up slowly, but in their own time. You can only realize something in your own time. It's like those of you that need to leave toxic relationships, friendships, families, romantic things, you will only leave it when you're ready. And that's why I also said the other day, believe me, there's literally, I have been led to some people, and not bad people are in it, you know, like, I've been led to some specific people, whether it's seeing me see people saying things or personal things for me, just so that I heard certain things to kind of trick me, to make me more comfortable with being even more honest than what I already am. So in a way, it's like, fuck me, God or angels or divine, fucking what's the way of my back with this shit? Do you know what I mean? But I think that I'm such a like Hayoka empath sort of, but like, I laugh at it because it's like, oh, that's pretty cool, man. Like, if I didn't think that at that exact point in my life, I wouldn't have shared the stuff that I shared, and I wouldn't have helped the people that I know have deeply helped, and including yourself. And it's like, and I wouldn't have really helped myself. So it's really fucked up, because some people could be like, oh my God, I'd fucking die if I knew I was saying all that shit. And then I found out that after. And believe me, if some fucking saw the future and fucking told me the shit that actually was going on when I'm fucking thinking I'm somebody else at the time, like, I certainly wouldn't even fucking saying some of the shit that I've been saying. But that's the point. Boom, drop the mic. Do you get it? If you kind of get the code that I'm speaking in, I was meant to. Like, who gives a fuck now? Like, I'm still not giving a fuck, and things are, you know, all up in the air for me. Doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Look what I just broke the deck at. This is for Divine Masculine. Relax. Everyone's okay. Don't worry. It's all going to be fine. That's a very triggering card, because you could be at a really dark time in your life and be like, fuck you, how do you know that? And I've just, oh my God. Sorry. Changes on the back. And I laughed because this is I'm not laughing at this, but this is my Dark Night, the Soul card. The changes that you're going through are positive, but it's my Dark Night, the Soul, because it's a black horse on the card, and it just has always meant that to me. And this is what eclipses are for. The changes that you're going through are positive. But again, it's like, it doesn't feel like it. So this is the people in Divine Masculine energy should really resonate with this. You're curious because you're waking up. You're curious about a lot of things in your life. Possibly you're overwhelmed. And this is why it's saying, relax. Everyone's okay. You're right where you're meant to be. Even if you're in that very dark place, the changes that you're going through are positive. And on the other side of it, you'll become a healer of whatever it is you went through. And again, I've said this before, but for a lot of the divine masculines, regardless of your gender, if you have been in particularly toxic connections, which has happened for, I mean, mostly personal sessions, it's mostly women I've helped, but I have helped a couple of men here and there, and it's over the years. And yeah, whoever it is, it's like you'll take your personal experience and you'll do something with that. And again, I would love to support you one-to-one with that if you feel guided, because I know that that's what I'm here to help you with. You have the power to help and heal others, a healer. Like, it's making you your own kind of healer, brothers and sisters, to get along with others, see the love and the best within them. And it's kind of like, I don't sort of channel it as light and fluffy as what others might do, because I do it my way, but karmic partners do serve a purpose. Like I said, we will have been someone karmic on someone's path at some point as well. Or like Michelle said the other day, it's that was I can't remember the way she said. Is Michelle still here actually? But it's yeah, on a different timeline, you were a karmic. Do you know what I mean? It's the best way to put it. Because it's funny, when I read it out, I didn't get it, but it was like then when I read it again and when I watched it back, I was like, oh, I get what she means now. And that is like Quantum Leap. Like, my favourite when I was younger, not a coincidence, was Quantum Leap. And what do I always say? I'm going to help you quantum leap a timeline. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's true, because he's going back and changing the situation to help people. Do you know what I mean? that's what shamans do. So. But and you can do it for yourself too. You can journey for yourself, and you're more empowered, and or you have a go at it now. But this is what I mean. I'll help people to do that, and then you can do it for yourself. And then when there's the deeper stuff, it usually needs someone to hold space for you. But it's that brother, that is either about seeing the good in your twin flame when there may be in a lot of ego. Because you will have been at that at some point, which is fear as well. They're just not awake yet. That is the simplest way to put it. That's how I always go back to, helping someone else or thinking about it for myself, is especially when people go really dark, like, they don't get it yet. They don't get it on that deep level. Do you know what I mean? Yes, and Michelle's just said it there. We are karmic at some time. Yes, we're all karmic at some time. But I suppose it's where it gets confusing, and this is where I have to clarify that for people, that the people that really don't get all of this enough yet, is that some karmics in your life are particularly dark, and they will do a lot of dark stuff. And but I'm talking like particularly one like where there's black magic involved, there's spell work, which, remember, black magic and spell work is just dark gossiping, like, not just, but it's like making, well, it's kind of like what a channel is, it's like making up. Yeah, I love that. It's like the thing is, I don't love it now. Like, I've tried to watch it a few times because I record it and I can't get in it. Do you know what I mean? But I would catch. Oh, that's clever. I'm saying this for a reason too, because I did catch the end of. Right, I'm going to have to channel that though, but I wrote it down on my phone because I loved it that much. I caught the end of Quantum Leap the other day, and it was something about don't tell him. And so it was all around the energy of, and they were telling me it was about the divine masculine. It was basically, no, she said, he will not hear of this. He found me once before, he'll find me again, which reminds me of the bit in The Vow, which is my favourite. Just let the pieces land where they may and wait for the next collision, because that is what twin flames are like. But it's also the fact that in The Vow, that's what you just think, fuck, like, he's that amazing, he actually done that. But that's when, like, that's why it's my favourite, because that is what I've done with a lot of things on this journey, is, well, I'm not only letting my clients work out for themselves, I'm letting my own twin flame work shit out for themselves, because that's what you're meant to do. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that I've not been like wanting to fucking control things, or fucking believe me, I have. And it's like, so I'm not perfect, but that is basically it, is you're trusting people to find their own way, whether I'm doing that as a healer. But it's The Vow's a good example of that, because he's the divine feminine, because he knows that what the deal is with the whole family situation. Remember, the dad is, well, I wouldn't touch, but it's the dad's done something wrong in the past, which he deserves forgiveness for. But it's basically, he knows, like, she loses her memory, and he knows that you split away from your family, you don't talk to them for a good reason. And he could have said, like, look, you've lost your mind. You've lost your memory right now. You don't remember who the fuck I am. You get it? That's why it's like twin flames, because she was on a crash. But he could have said, like, you know, you actually don't speak to your family for a reason because of this. But actually, what's really lovely about that, I'm kind of spoiling it, so it's spoiler alert if you don't hear it. It's like, that's why he says that speech at the end, like, you know, if her accident hadn't happened, she wouldn't have found a whole different part of herself, and she wouldn't have made up with her family. And in the end, she makes up with her family because she can't remember why she fell out with them. But it ends up bringing them closer together, because that's what the wee speech is. It's like, you know, sometimes particles, parts, or whatever, it's like something about the particles, and then they, you know, they go apart. Like, so when you and your twin flame are apart and you collide with other, going somewhere else, they collide with other particles. So that can be when they get in other relationships and you and whatever went on. But that, in that case, it's not even that. It's like, because there is a bit as well where she this is going to be relevant. She tries to go, but remember, she goes back to Jeremy. That's probably somebody's twin's name or something. But she goes back to her ex because her memories. This is Mercury retrograde shit, isn't it? And that's coming in very fast, thick and fast, like in a few days. Yeah, she starts kind of getting the hots for her ex because she's went back to a different fucking part on her timeline of her memory. And it's like, hello, fucking Jeremy, who's no nice looking at all, by the way, but listen, looks are an eye of the beholder, but he's really no. You've got Channing Tatum and you've got Jeremy. I'm sorry, but you're going to go with Leo. His name's Leo in the film. But anyway, it's like, that's what the standard joke is with that film. If you wake up and you've lost your memory, and remember, she thinks he's the doctor, and Sharon Tatum's like, I'm your husband. Wait, you wake up with a coma. You wake up from a coma, or whatever, she was out and she woke up and he says, I'm your husband. You just go it. All right, okay, you're my husband. Fuck, can't remember, but fucking, I'm down for that. I'm down for this. But it was funny when that film came out that all the memes said that. Can't remember. Who cares if you can't remember him, Hen? Have you fucking seen him? Just fucking agree. Just agree. Sorry, that's so funny. Right. Anyway, this is what it said at the end of Quantum Leap. So it's going to make sense to someone. Oh no, actually, am I going to be able to find it? God. Oh, just I didn't channel about that either. See, there's quite a lot of things in here. Just Like Heaven. Have you ever seen Just Like Heaven? That's amazing. That's very twin flamey. Oh, here it is. Right. So, and I wrote it down on the 6th, if that's important to anyone here, because there's 6 watching and it was the 6th April. You'll tell him nothing. He came back to me once. He'll come back again. And that's why it's like the vow, because watch it. They get divorced and everything, guys. I've just spoiled that bit, but they do. And then they still find their way back to one another. That's for someone out there. I bet you there's people watching this that you've got divorced from your twin flame, and you'll even find a way back to them if they're your twin flame. Some twin flames go, I've said this before, but some fucking are so asleep and so in denial, and they're running like fuck. They're going to run right down the aisle to somebody fucking else. You'll still end up at you. So, right. You'll tell him nothing. He came back to me once. He'll come back again. And I said, this is what I turned the TV on to on Quantum Leap. And then she says to the sky, oh, and this was so twin flamey. She looks up at the sky because she says to the Sam guy, the guy that's with the fucking doodle whatever. He's the one that helps them jump places. And she that must be his true love. I mean, from what I caught, I just literally caught the end. And she looks up at the sky and she says, I love you. And then the sky says, echoing back, like, the Quantum Leap guy. What's his name again? What's the Quantum Leap guy's name? What's his name? He says, I love you. And that's like you and your twin flame. And it's just funny because it was the sky. It was just the sky being like, I love you. But it's like when you see a heart in the sky, you're like, I fucking find fucking heart rocks every fucking where. And then I wrote, meaning let your twin flame work it out for themselves, because they will. Oh, and I must have like been going to type that. Maybe I did. Did I post this? Dr. Sam Beck. All right, so he's Sam. Well, what's the fucking guy? What's the guy's name that helps him? Oh, Al. Oh, fuck's sake. Sorry, Charlotte. I've just seen that. You've put that. So he's Al, right? So he's right. Maybe I did post this because I've said hopefully I can have a day off now. Should have known I'd not get let off that easy on a full moon. So this was 2 weeks ago then. Happy full moon. Right, I don't know. Maybe I did post that. But there's loads of stuff I don't end up posting. Right. I didn't channel about Just Like Heaven. Right. Now this is important. So because as we're here. So if you've seen Just Like Heaven, right, basically, I mean, that's not really ruining it. It basically comprises of she is a doctor, so she's very analytical and logical, so very divine masculine, and doesn't believe in afterlife and in it. But anyway, basically, she dies in a car crash. And basically, before that, though, this is really important because it's like what I've channeled, particularly in the one that I titled about overworking, and I've spotted it in a lot of my clients. She was basically like she lived for her work. And again, I mean, I think I can take that a little bit tonight anyway, because it's fucking 10 past 10 on my fucking birthday and I've sat here for ages. But anyway, there'll be a reason. But do you know what I mean? It's like it's about balance with it, because basically she just was, she was just all about her work, and she didn't have a love life or anything like that. And I can fucking resonate with that too. But the point is, she then finds out that there is more. Oh, this is so twin flamey. She finds out that there is more to life than things that make sense and planning and logical, because it's quite funny too. I don't want to ruin the rest of it. Yeah, but basically, the guy that moves into her flat. But there's loads. So the gist of it is, right, she's dead and she doesn't realize it. But the guy that moves into her flat. Have you seen this one, Charlotte? I'm just. It's like I need to. I've put that in the. I put it in the info bit, but it's like about. I'm glad I did put that way back at the start, and I think I put that before I even realized how much it was going to come in all the fucking time. But I'm just here giving people film recommendations for the fucking 90s. Do you know what I mean? But this is important because I can't remember whether I watched that film before I knew that he was my twin flame. I think I did watch that before I knew who he was. He was definitely in my life, but I remember watching it in one of my many flats because I'm like a fucking gypsy that moves all the time. But I remember, actually, it was the last flat that he was ever in. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, were you not impressed? I liked it. It was very twin flamey. It was on Channel 5 the other day. Liked it. But yeah, the point is, and I think I know what you mean though. I think I watched it the first time I did, but I did love it. I loved it like years and years ago, and then I loved it when I watched it the other day too, because it's very like the twin flame journey. But yeah, basically, it's like what I found hilarious about it was there's a bit where like he's getting really fucked off with her because he's in a really dark place. He's like drinking, and he's got his reasons for being like that. I think his wife has died or something, and so basically he's grieving. He's in a dark place, and she basically brings him out of a dark place. You know where I'm going with this? Because this is what I'm doing for a lot of you guys. You know what I mean? And like I say, whether my twin tunes into this or not, or wherever he's at, it's like I'm doing that for him too. And it's kind of like in that film, that's the same thing. But at first he's getting really pissed off her. And this is the thing that I wrote down. You're like an AM radio, something shoved in my head and I can't turn it off. That's how both twins can feel about each other sometimes. Only when you're getting a bit pissed off with the fact you can't turn it off. Like all the rest of the time, you're like, "Oh, I love you too." Do you know what I mean? It's all that energy going back and forward. The real, that's without the ego. That's the soul self. It's like, I've not got the other part of me. I miss them so much. And then, but when it's ego, it's like, fucking the fucking person, fucking reminders everywhere. Fucking everywhere. Anyway, so I wrote her remembering is like divine masculine remembering the connection, because she begins to remember things about her life, right? And then I wrote she brings him back from the dead, and then I've put what I just said. The neighbor, what have I wrote here? The neighbor barges. Oh right, yeah. That's the neighbor barges in and gets naked, right? So there's a bit in the film where the neighbor takes a fancy to the guy, and so think about it, it's very awkward because, well, actually, wait a minute, that spoils it. Yeah. Anyway, it's not spoiling it. I'm not going to tell you actually really what's going on because it's. Oh, this is so crazy. I'm going to be interested. I'm not fucking watching. This is too long. I'm not watching it back tonight. But I always say that and end up doing it. But it's kind of like, it's got a good twist to it, basically, right? So basically, at this point, right, she's dead, and she'd went away, give him space, and anyway, the neighbor barges in and literally gets naked, and so she comes back and she's like, "Oh, I'll leave you alone. I'm dead anyway, and we're not going out or anything." So it is like weird because it is like Twin Williams. It's like they've clearly started to like each other and bond and everything after being annoyed and triggered by each other. He's like, "No, it's not what it looks like." But the girl's like naked and being like, "Are you coming?" Karmic, you get it, and this is funny. I need to burn the sage. An energy stopped me from saying that earlier. Because remember, I said I know why I'm saying all this stuff about the karmic stuff. It's because we're in the part of it's something to do with when. Now, this is what I mean. Protect me, because I could get a lot of dark shit thrown my way for saying this. But it's you've seen other people saying it. Nathan, maybe you even know. It's something to do with these days. I know that eclipses are notorious for that, for lots of people that practice dark sort of magic and that. Yeah, it's really, shamans know that well. It's like some people don't even go outside on an eclipse. It's that serious, right? The ancients believed it was dangerous, but you can go and find out more about that yourself. But it's true, because sometimes I've actually done it and I'm like, nah, I'm more powerful than that. I can, whatever. But anyway, it'd more be like you just have an argument with someone or something. So it depends which way you see it. But there's something about this is a time where twin flame unions are actually targeted, and it's not just twin flame, but if you've already been under spiritual warfare, like those of you that are still, definitely if you were still quite asleep and not getting it and not taking it serious, you could definitely be majorly targeted by karmic energies, like new ones, I would say. But again, there's nothing making all I can do is give out the warnings, because I know that I gave out that all that glitters isn't gold before and warned people that there's like really hot people, but underneath the really hot people can like the literal, I mean, there's no other way to say it, dark demonic energies can be influencing the person. And then if you choose to sleep with that person, you're swapping energies with them and getting, so it's all, it's really deep, but it's true. But also, it's never mind that. It's just the fact that like this could be somebody that isn't who they say they are, and then they could truly hurt you, and that's what karmic is. Again, that's what I'm saying about when I talk about dark. There's people that are particularly dark that are karmic energies. It's literally their purpose to make sure that divine counterparts don't get anywhere near each other, or it all just doesn't go to plan. It's like the Adjustment Bureau. Why I always give the example of that film as well, that it doesn't go to plan. Look how much they're kept apart. Until they're not, but they have to both see through it anyway. But there's something about whatever it is, it's these days right now. I think it's like I don't know if I'm making that bit up, 13 days, I don't know, that's coming to mind. It might be something about 13 days, but I think I might have seen I might try and find that. I think I screenshotted it. I think I did see a thumbnail, and it's like one of these ones where they're so fucking long I haven't watched it, but it's interesting. There is a massive channel that is very like the things that I bring through, but it's funny, sometimes I'll do one of these and then I'll watch that, or I'll even, no, I won't even watch it, I'll see a thumbnail and it'll be exactly what I channeled, but like weeks prior, and then like I said, I just don't even get it right. But I think it was on one of these, I've seen a thumbnail that's like, and it's because some of it's really, you could maybe even not watch some of the stuff because you think, oh god, that's a bit dark. But it's probably true. Like, I feel that person's purpose is to bring through that kind of stuff. So again, this isn't for everyone, but it's for whoever it's going to resonate with. Well, if it's you, just be wary of any new people that are popping up out of nowhere tempting you, because that's what's about. The devil tempts you and then you regret it later, whatever that means for anyone. Different for different people. Because I mean, this could be love is the obvious one, but it could be business, it could be new friends, it could be people that are feel like a new friend and then they fuck you over. Okay, that's more what happens to me really. But it's probably because I don't let people near me in the other way. Do you know what I mean? It's like, fuck. Could you imagine if listen, I'm not being funny, but if I'd been a bit more of a girl about town, I would have some really I'd have way more funnier stories than what I have got a few of them too from the past, but I mean, I can't be really going. I think I have sometimes when that would be funny. That really would be entertaining. But yeah, that's basically it, I suppose. It's about, because like with them showing me that, it's like, it looked like very much something different. than what was going on, because the guy's totally fallen in love with her. He's like, look, she's barged in here. She said she'd forgot her key. And that's hilarious because I locked myself out today and my sister locked herself out. And I said, see, Mercury retrograde, eclipse energy. It's fine. My mum had a spare one. But that's what the girl says. I've locked myself out. And then she comes in and, you know, takes her clothes off and it's like, you know, and and then the other one happens to come back. So I'm sure lots of other people aren't as innocent on this when that happened. But there's something around that person was put in the way to cause issues. That's what karmics are when it's romantic ones. But it's lessons. You always learn from them. Everybody learns. And the point is, I suppose, if you get duped by all that glitters isn't gold, and you have a point in your life where you're like, I wish I'd never even got into this with this person. Well, like I always say, you were meant to learn the lessons you're meant to learn. But I feel it's kind of like there's something coming through here about making sure that you don't repeat the same lesson with either the same person or a new one. And that's more what it is. It's something, because again, that girl's not a big part of the film, but that does happen. And I mean, it doesn't look good, like, for the other one. Anyway, so and then there's a bit in it where, because she's a doctor, she's like, machines don't know everything. Oh, and that's a bit like when I was channeling the other day about it's like, you know, doctors don't always get it right. There's many cases where doctors are kind of not listening to someone, and then later down the line they haven't listened. You know, it's like all these things about like mother's intuition. I mean, it's like all these weird stories where it's like, well, again, I actually know people that's happened to. There was a girl I used to work with in a nursery years ago. Oh, actually, that's kind of funny because, again, I don't know her anymore, but I was really close at the time, and it was right when I met my twin flame, actually, and it was right. Wait a minute. Well, see what I mean? Whenever I talk about something, they then make me go too close to something. But all I'm going to say is, it was when I was, it's when I was still in limbo of just met this really hot guy. That was my twin flame, and like still, you know, being tied, like trauma bonded now, like to my karmic basically. But what was so funny was everyone that I worked with at the time, when I think back, like everybody crystal always told me to go with the twin. And I'm like, but that's not even an option because he's like footloose and fancy free, and he's look how hot he is. Like, there's no way, like, I'm gonna ever go with him. Like, do you mean it's like but it's kind of like, you know, but I just seen it as because, well, like, you know what I mean? It's like you see your twin flame as a dream. Like, so, but basically the point is there was why am I telling this? And is this okay to tell? We'll fucking find out. But yeah, basically it was when I was just sort of accepting how horrible the other one was to me. And like I always say, like, you know, you don't fucking whatever. Anyway, whatever. God. Yeah, but it was a night where like he would just always call me, and because I was just so loving and giving, even though I was well aware that he was, oh my God, I really didn't see that. Wait a minute, I need to this is making me a bit uncomfortable, but it's fucking true. And it's going to help people. I like say, I've forgiven said people that I'm talking about. Because I know that, you know, these people were karmic lessons in my life, but shuffle. Oh my God, this is not good when I'm shuffling. I really didn't see me talking about this. I'm like, why the fuck am I talking about this? But that's kind of the important thing about this. Is that even though, like, you know, my twin flame was nowhere near putting anything serious on the table at that point. And again, I wasn't going out with either of them. It was like everyone was always like, he makes you happier than him. Like, how can you not see that you always light up when you talk about him? But when you talk about him, he makes you really unhappy. But I don't even know. And the thing is, I don't even know what I would have fucking said. It's like that. And that's what I think I get why they get me to say this. It is like an addiction. You know, it's like if you're addicted. So it's like you're addicted to the pain though. Oh God, this is really weird because this is totally not where I'm at right now. But again, when that's what's so bad about when you're so empathic. Even though you can see somebody's being so horrible to you and actually very horrible to other people around them, and everybody's saying it to you, you're like, yeah, but I'm the one that can change them. Like, you know what I mean? And that can be on a more light-hearted thing as well. Like, you're like, yeah, I'm the one that's going to change the player and all of that. Like, but, you know, sometimes it's a wee bit darker than that. And it's like, you know, I understand them on a different level than anyone else does. And again, this, you can see why there's like real confusion around. I can get it anyway with like a twin flame and a karmic. But anyway, on this particular night, I'd been lured into some club. And again, this is the thing, like I'm really drunk, I'm in trouble, whatever. I don't even have said it like that, but that was basically it. I'm drunk. Where are you? Whatever. So I'm fucking, you know, running to the rescue. And on this particular night, like this is how this, I don't know why I'm telling this story, by the way. I'm a little bit like I'd went to this club, right, and walked in. By the way, can I just stress this is the karmic partner. Alert, alert, this is the karmic partner. My twin flame did not do stuff like this to me too often. He did do it once, and it was definitely for reaction. And fuck me, I never forgot it. And yeah, I'm sure I'll get an apology for that one day. But again, that was something really, really small. It was just to kiss someone in front of me. I was like, you motherfucker, you done that on purpose. And I think it was to see whether I was bothered or not. But I didn't give a reaction. I just was like, that's fine. I was with other people at Heeney too. And I, well, that's fine, son. Oh, is that how you're playing this one? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that. See you later. I just fucking, I didn't like, I just sort of like, I just didn't even really give much of a dirty look. I thought, oh, fuck me. And I just walked right out of that club. And then when I got in the taxi, I fucking broke down crying in the taxi. You do your pals, that's fine. That's what happened. But again, that's literally, and there's other stuff, but that's fine. But again, that was, and it was just, yeah, it was, and so I mean, twin flames can do it too. But I was kind of like, fuck, like, I can't believe he, and it's because you're, you know, I was about to say you're friends as well, but I've described the thing between me and him as well. It was a friendship, but not in the way of how you doing, friend? You know what I mean? It wasn't that kind of way. It was just like, wow, like why did you do that? Anyway, but this is different, right? It was like this guy, yeah, like had asked me to go there. So bear in mind, you know, so this person had been in. Oh my god, I really want to talk about this, but I don't know why why am I talking about this? Hello and goodbye. Right. Somebody needs it. Somebody needs it. So again, like I say, when we're fucking, what time is it? Time I go. Yes. It's when I've been on here since 7:30. How long have I been on here? It's fucking, somebody must really need to hear this because I've just picked up hello and goodbye. And think about what I'm talking about. I'm channeling a situation where I was having all these moments that led up to me accepting this is not the one for you. How many times do we need to put you in the most toxic situation ever for you to realize this is not the one for you? Oh my God, is it 2022? So somebody, fuck, I'm channeling somebody's situation right now because I don't really like telling the story, but like basically what I'm trying to say is if if my actual, and I don't like calling him my karmic, he's been in life for about 1,000,000 years, but it's like if one of my karmic people is watching this deep, I don't know what to say to you there, mate. You know what I mean? Like that's seriously not, anyway, whatever. But I do feel that will be the case for someone. So that's why I feel it's okay for me to be saying this, because hello and goodbye. You'll soon see that this change will make things better. And the reason, I'm not going to tell you all the details, but it basically comprised of, well, that was a posh word, me and this really hard pal. I worked for in a nursery and she was really hard, like she was like really hard. Basically, she loved me to bits. And it's like she done a bit of a me, right? But again, I'm really hard, but again, well, my energy in the spirit world is, but it's like, you know, she just didn't mince her words. And she was like, listen, I know that you used to go out him, but you talk about the other one all the time too. And he seems, and I've seen you in the club kissing him, and you look pretty happy together. And whenever I hear about this guy, he sounds like a fucking wanker. Basically, like that's what she. I know, like that's basically how she said it, right? And I was like, okay. And so anyway, it took for her, and she was the worst person because you know you're trying to hide it. Someone's really toxic and they're no nice to you and all that kind of stuff. And again, remember, I'm talking about like this guy wasn't my boyfriend. You haven't been my boyfriend for ages, but it's like the way that they'll trick your mind. I was always still being loyal to someone that wasn't my boyfriend. But anyway, I got into this dingy wee grotty wee club because that's what it was, right? And so you know, it said hi, got a drink, you know, said hi to him. And she was just like, oh, right, she didn't like him at all, right? And she was just kind of like, fucking whatever. And well, it was really weird. He just like walked away from me, and like me and her were just doing our own thing. I was like, whatever. And then we walked, and it was this club where you could walk around in a circle. And I think we actually walked past him and he was fucking snogging someone. So can you imagine? It's like you've actually went to go and get, so it's somebody that's, making out that there's going to be something at some point. And it's like, so basically what I'm talking is I had to be humiliated in front of the worst person you could be with, the friend that hated the guy, to really for something to click. And I'm sure it still took a while after this, by the way, for more things to click. I won't tell you those stories, but it got worse. And it was like, I was like, I can't fucking believe that he would get me to come and meet him to save him or whatever, you know what I mean? To help, like, and then I'd get there and he'd actually have the fucking audacity to fucking snog somebody when I'm in the same club. Like, to what levels of humiliation are you going to let somebody go to before you're going to realise this person's no for you? Do you know what I mean? It was like I now see it was like my spirit family were like, fucking hell, man, you know what I mean? Alarmed, because every time I went to a medium as well, it was not good stuff that they said to me about the karmic, and it was good stuff that they said to me about the twin flame that I didn't, my throat just, that I know who my twin flame is now, right? At the time, it was just the hot guy I was kissing a lot, right? And then it obviously progressed to more. But so again, people might hear this. So by the way, this is, if other people are listening to that, I mean, that would be news to them as well, but that's fine. Because again, everyone was single in this. Well, I was single in this story, so I don't know about other people. But yeah, so what I'm saying is that was a huge wake-up call for me. I was like, holy fuck. And again, the point is, I'm not the Claire right now that loves myself unconditionally, that if somebody's treating me like shit, it doesn't matter how much I love them. Sorry, I'm better than that. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of like I was very, well, I probably was pretty hot back there at the time, guys. I was pulling some good looking guys. But anyway, it was like, had no confidence, had no self-esteem. It had all been broken down. Like I said, I've forgiven that guy involved, but he contributed to a lot. Well, I let that situation happen. But what I'm saying is yeah, didn't have any confidence or anything. Obviously, if I was going back to a toxic situation or that. But again, that's it must have been a past life thing there as well. It was toxic. But yeah, so what I done was she was very ghetto. She was like that side of me. So she was just like, Claire, check to the fucking side of you and fucking check out the shoes too. Anyway, she was funny. And she was just like, that's fucking him. And I was just like, oh my God, right? And I was like, holy fuck. And because I was in total denial. So I'm channeling somebody, you better fucking love me more than you love me anyway, person that this is for. Because I was in so much denial about this guy. That it took, like, I needed to see that to wake me up, to wake me the fuck up. Do you mean? And it was just like, but even though I've got absolutely, like I said, like zero feelings of it, isn't it? It's like it's still, when I go back to the moment, it was like I was so naive. Like I was just like, couldn't believe it. I was just like, how the fuck could somebody be that fucking cheeky? Like, at least if you're going to fucking do that, mate, we're not going out. Don't fucking invite me to the club for me to see it. What kind of fucked up fucking shit is that? Do you mean? Anyway, so, well, I'm not being fit like this. Is like, do you know what ended up happening, right? We walked around because it was a circle. We went to the bar and, no, that's fine. And like I said, she was really hard, right? She was like, no, that's fine, Claire. Just you. I'll fucking handle this, right? She was like, right, excuse me, whatever, 2 shots or whatever. And I was fucking shitting my pants, right? Because I was like, shit, she's going to fucking batter him. Like, because again, she was a bit like, you know what I mean? If she was watching this, she'd be like, if she was watching this, I'd be highly honoured. And yeah, because she was a great girl. But it's who you'd want around in this moment, right? And she was a bit older than me too, so it's like I've got friends who are a bit younger than me, and I've had moments like this with them too. It'd be like, oh no, if you like somebody take the cunt like that head, right? So she done that to me. So she was like, this is how we're gonna handle it, because she knew that I still had feelings from. So she went, we're gonna wait until that cut turns the corner, right? So could you imagine, right? And I feel a bit, so I even feel, this is like what big my heart is, right? I even feel a bit sorry about that I'm telling this story, but again, you don't know who this is. The person knows who it is, and other people will know who this is too. But forgiving you, so that's fine. But basically, he came up like just talk, just like normal. like we hadn't, you know, like he thought, like, he obviously was getting some kind of kick that he'd been kissing somebody around the fucking corner. He's led me thinking he's fucking going home with me, and it was like, I got a fucking fright, let me tell you. Because I normally tell these stories in private. I've not told it in public, so whatever, it's fine. It's ages ago. I'm nearly fucking 40, so like this was like 20. This was literally like this actually literally was like 20 years ago. I'm not even kidding. It was 20 or 21 years ago, so I think we're all right. I think we're all right. That yeah, he came to speak to me, and I was just like, I can't remember whether she said. I think she let me handle it, and I was just kind of like, "Don't bother." And he was like, "What?" I was like, "I'll follow you around the corner, son. Just don't like. Let's not even. We're not going out. That's fine. Anyway, let's not even bother, right?" So it was just kind of like, oh. And again, remember, I wasn't as ghetto as what, like, I had it in me, but I was very just. I was just think about me, just lovely niceness, and no ghetto about me at all. Like there was no, you know, I needed that energy from that friend at that point. There was just no, yeah, like, do you mean I was just not standing up for myself like that? Oh, this is the point. I get it now. Because this is what a lot of divine masculine energies lessons is now. Like, because this is what I've helped the people. The lesson for that person being in my life was because now I mean that's not funny, but I'm actually starting to lose my words. It was for me to stand up for myself, which I did eventually do. But it took many years. But that was fucking funny, that moment, because I was just like, we saw what you were doing round there, and don't know why the fuck I've had to come and be a spectator for it, but we did fucking see you, thank God, and see you later. And at the exact moment, I was kind of like, talk to the hand and fuck off, you know. This really hot guy, like, walked, and I'm getting was fucking again. I'm really fussy. Like, I seriously, I know it's beauty is an eye beholder, but like, I'm really fussy, right? And this guy was hot, and he just, and this shit never used to happen to me, right? And he like came up out of nowhere, and he was like, "Oh, hello," and like spun me round, and that was all that happened, right? And I was just kind of like, "Oh, that's fucking brilliant," right? Because that got him thinking, "Who the fuck's that?" And it was just some random hot guy that just appeared at the right moment. And then so we just had a good night. And I think, you know, we didn't stay there too long, we left. And then, of course, you know, the point is, you know, you get in the taxi and she's like, "Claire, I know you want to cry." I just broke down crying. And I was like, I don't fucking understand why that's happened. And then I'm sure I probably let him take that actual piss out of me for another wee while. But the point is, you know, there's so someone's going to resonate with this is how many times you need things like that to happen for you to realise, you know, every person's different. Fuck. Yeah, so sorry someone's in a situation like that, but let's shuffle. But yeah, I think the point, because I'm just thinking the point of that was I used to get really triggered by her. She would always tell me he's no good. Is that not a song? He's like, really, he's no good for you. Like, and she'd be like, he's no good for you. I mean, like, he was really not. But I wasn't ready to hear it. So yeah, this is either you that I'm talking to, you're not ready to hear it, but you'll see it when you're meant to. Because like I say, I did, and it was just more of the same shit that happened that got me like, fucking hell, man, I don't deserve this. Like, fuck this. Right. Oh, there's loads of more shit about that film too that but I can't be bothered. I think that was the most important thing. Machines don't know everything. There's something in that too. So I bet that'll be, and then it says everything in my training tells me they do. Oh, so it's like, yeah, because I won't tell you the rest of the film because then that ruins it. So it's a really good twist. I know I've just jumped from that to the film, but it's yeah, basically it's like it goes against everything she knows to be true, her logical mind, her training, because she's a doctor, but she has no choice but sleep because it's happening to her. And it's to do though with the guy that she meets. It's a bit like not Cinderella, it's Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty, I think it'd be when they kiss, you know, when it's all, or like it's in Shrek as well, isn't it? All these things where it's like that's what twin flames are like. It's like him kissing her that brings life back, you know, just kind of leave it at that. So again, I know I just jumped from that to that, but why was I talking about Because they're pulling me to karma. Again, I get it. I'm channeling a situation. Again, because I'm not even going to lie, I've just realised as well, I saw that person's name today. That keeps happening. I got pulled, yeah. Oh my God. So it's the tough karmic lessons we learn in life. And but you never forget it. Fuck. Mm. Guys, I'm not being funny. I don't know how many cards are in this deck, but look, I've just pulled the eye card, envy and protection. And it just made me feel a bit uneasy because I've been getting pulled this for weeks. And it's got slowness and protection in the back. So basically, right, piecing together that I'm telling a story about a karmic where I had to have many, many, many things happen over and over again before I really fucking woke up to my own worth and stood up to them. Because again, you've got to take personal responsibility for what you allow. But there's one of yous watching, it's like that person in your life is still very present or in and out, and you're allowing it. So whether, you know, or you allowed this too, and it was many years ago, but that energy is still in the way. So this is a fucked up thing about energy. You see, you could have not saw that person for a very, very long time, but they're still somehow standing in the way, and it can literally just be because of that, because they're watching and they don't like it. They're watching and they don't like it. Oh my God, my makeup's literally all, oh fuck. Where's the phone, man? His fucking looks. This is not all right. Wait a minute. But yeah, you're getting the gist of it. Oh shit. Somebody, what? Oh my God, that's completely under my. Somebody's watching and they really don't like it. So again, this could be your ex, it could be your twin's ex, it could be, depending on how many exes you've got, it could be quite a lot over the years. Oh, like what am I showing there? Or it could be, yeah, you know what I mean? It's something like that. Something like that, but that's really creepy that I've pulled out. There's only like 3 cards in there about that. Right, okay, so let me see. It's a Clarathon. Yeah, how long have I been on here? Oh, it's fucking started streaming 3 hours. Wait a minute, I can't get. Did I come on here at 7:30? Shit. 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. 3 hours. I've been fucking taking us fucking. I'm taking us on a real. I might not be on tomorrow. This is very long. I probably will be though. Still have, yeah, I could still have a bath. Well, I should have went and gone. I should have went and put the water heater on. Did I put that on when I got in? I've lived here years and I still can't work out whether that'll be hot or whatever. I'll have a shower. It won't be the end of the world. Right, let's see why I just said that. Is this going to be for? I hope this is for one of yous on the chat, because that meant like that was important. Oh, that was important. So basically, yeah, make sure, see that card that I pulled the other day in one of the twin flame timeless shorts, right? Release your ex. The time has come for you to clear your energy. That doesn't just mean like, well, first of all, it can mean somebody that needs to be your ex. Because think about the story. Not only did that person was an ex, but I was still acting as if, I mean, that must be something about my soul, because I mean, I'm obviously can see that that's just anyway. It's like I'm very loyal, so it's like when my heart gets caught on fire with someone, the right person, wrong person, it's, you know, it's so again, but it's like it's different when you've come into that unconditional love for yourself. But what isn't different about it is the difference is even though I could see stuff was toxic, I would still just put up with it, even though that I didn't even need to, because that was even my boyfriend at this point. But it's like the difference is when you're coming unconditional love for yourself and you've got good boundaries, even the people that are, you know, good people like your twin flame or whatever, or whoever, you know, or just anyone that's in anything like that, even when they're not in a good place, you just, you know, your boundaries are tighter, and it's because you will have learned from all the, see, well, this is quite interesting because you can, some of you could push the right person away, and even your twin flame, and you will do that until you're ready to not. And again, that I would say that's on the other side of decent therapy or decent healing, that you'll not do that. It'll still be scary, but the only way to get over that fear is, like say, to go and get all these things, but basically it's getting more vulnerable. And that's why I said what I said earlier, is I'm here to be a teacher of vulnerability. And it's like, just have the heart to heart, you and your twin, or you and whoever it is. If you're not a twin, you're watching this, and it's really pretty, it's fucking obvious, isn't it? But it's easier said than done if you're terrified of being vulnerable. It's not that terrifying for me, clearly, if I'm telling my fucking life history. I mean, this is fucking, some of this is meant to be for the book, and it's fucking going on here. I like I always say, I mean, it's quite a lot of effort to write a book. This might be the book. But this is my podcast on here. But yeah, I get that. I really get why they've got me to say that, because it's like, I just kept putting up with shit. I'm not telling that story. Yeah, I just kept putting up with shit, and I didn't need to. And then, like I said, I woke up one day and I was like, what the fuck, man? Jesus Christ. It was like I woke up from a nightmare. It was like, I just was like, what the hell? Yeah. I don't know, I can't even remember that. Yeah, it was fucking weird. Very weird. Right, so I've known what a twin flame was 6 years ago, as soon as I started watching tarot thing. And I wonder if you found me 6 years ago as well, Nathan. You might not have realised that finding me was a part of that too, because although I wasn't always talking about twin flames, it's in my energy. Do you know what I mean? So I bet you there was something about that's quite interesting. Because I did mention, whenever twin flames came up, I did talk about it, but it was very, I would never directly say that I was one and that I had one, although it was perfectly fucking obvious, you know what I mean? And then everyone knew that booked, of course, but that's what was quite funny. Until I started actually saying that openly. Can I say it's a year and a half ago yet? I can't quite say that. It's like a year and a few months, because it was February. Yeah, it's like just over a year. But actually, even before that, like I did do specific. See, I would have done love videos, but then it would have just always went into twin flames. It was fucking obvious from my point. It was obvious, but I don't know. Anyway, currently getting a weird comfort from watching Kevin Costner in Drafty. Drafty, what's that? I know Backdraft. That's him. No, that's not the same thing. That's not him, is it? I think it's going with your gut no matter what. I don't know that one. What's it about? I didn't know I was till I fell in love, but at the same time, I just thought I was just a soulmate. What do you mean? What bit's that? What do you mean? Oh, I was. My twin flame was in. What do you mean by that? I know it was ages ago, but I've just read it. I didn't know I was till I fell in love. But at the time, I just thought it was just a soulmate. My twin flame was in my dream on Sunday night. Sunday evening, I pulled a card saying, what should you... Oh my God, that's cool. I focused on... By the way, these comments were literally like half an hour ago, 25 minutes ago. I'm focused on filling my own cup before I can hope to fill my... Yeah, that's what you need to do. You're in the right place. Maybe you battle with yourself sometimes, but... I had my ex that summoned nasty things using, oh my God, an Ouija board. And well, I think that's maybe why I was showing that ending card. And well, let's just say we didn't go out again a second time once I found out. I fucking hell. And Nathan, I think you're saying that for a reason, because I think there are some people, not many, hopefully, but there are some people that you're going to find out that, yeah, people have been into some quite dark shit like that. And you wouldn't have thought that they were. And that could even be like spreading a nasty rumor behind your back, or I mean, because it doesn't need to be ex, it doesn't need to be, it could be like friends or whatever, but there's loads of shit like that. Like I've had karmic people in my life that, to my knowledge, it wasn't stuff like that, but they lied pretty badly, like shockingly badly. Like, and remember, look how much a psychic detective I am. But that's what I mean about I'm always humble because people have really pulled the fucking wool over my eyes. It's not that it's never happened. It's just it doesn't happen a lot, but when it happens fucking bad. Kind of reminds me of the saying my granddad liked. I'm no wrong, pal, but no, I'm no often wrong, pal, but then I'm right again. But it's kind of that, but it's fucked up. It's like, yeah, it's kind of similar, isn't it? It's like not many people can do that to me, but when they do it, it's a fucker. It's fucking great, isn't it? That's Pluto in the 12th house. So, but at least I've got a sense of humour about it. Do you know what I'm saying? But I think that was actually what done it for me as well. When the lies are like next level lies, I was like, holy fucking shit, man, that's fucked up. But most of my exes just lied and cheated mostly, so pretty cut and dry. So I left right away once those massive red flags showed up. That's very wise. Lots of people don't do that. Like a thong. Where's the thong? I stopped wearing thongs many years ago. Sorry, that was TMI. That was TMI, but it's fucking true. They're uncomfortable. I don't know why they're attractive to people. Like, do you know what I mean? Fair enough if you've got a cracking arse, but well, yeah, maybe if you've got a cracking arse, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not wearing one. I promise I'm not. I'm not wearing one at all. I'm wearing very comfy pants, granny ones for that matter. Black granny pants. So there you go. I've put that in your head. Because they're comfy. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay being vulnerable, but with him, all the nerves, reminding myself he's just a guy. Exactly, he's just a person, says me. I'm like, I'm bumping the mind and I'm like, fuck, shit. Well, especially after doing this, but I think that's understandable in my case, do you know what I mean? But yeah, mine scares me quite a lot, like a lot. That's okay, I know scare him too, so that's fine. For some odd reason, I always thought you were a Scorpio moon. I knew for sure you had Scorpio. Oh yeah, I could see that. But no, I'm not Scorpio moon. I mean, like, listen, no offense to Scorpio moon people, but Scorpio moon have got a nasty side. Sorry, there's going to be a Scorpio moon watching here. But yeah, it's a little, again, and like, I mean, I've got a, you know, I've obviously, everyone's got a shadow, and but it's like what I said before, it's like, I mean, people hurt me all the time, and I only like, and again, more recently, like I've had even like recently, you know, this year I've had people hurt me out the blue, a couple of people actually, but it's people I feel are in a dark, well, dark night is so in a dark place. In fact, more than a couple. And yeah, I've set my boundaries and have to spend, you know, time away from people, but I don't. Yeah, I wish them nothing but healing and love. But like some of those people, I don't need to have back in my life, kind of thing. But yeah, Scorpio rising. You don't fuck with Scorpio rising either. Not conjunct Pluto. But it's more in the way of that's really what I'll do. You know, I'll just when somebody shows me their true colours, I'll just be out their life, and that's their punishment. And it's kind of not in a like, you know, if someone does that, I say this all the time, but if someone does that to you. Like again, I'm not really a fan of like it's not nice to do silent treatment and that and then be all right with someone. That's toxic. But I'm more meaning like, you know, with me, it's I actually just can't let somebody back out once they've shown me that they're capable of that kind of manipulation. I don't know, it's really hard to put my finger at what I'm trying to say is it's like if I do that, you're probably not getting back in. That's the point. Like, I mean, it's like, but again, sometimes that can, I have to sort of stress it. Sometimes that can just be like, you've just moved and grown in different ways anyway. And sometimes it's different. I suppose it's different these times because there's some folk and we're just going through a hard time. But yeah, like I said, I become a bit of an emotional punching bag for people and they'll just take all their shit out of me. Because again, that's why I was kind of like, you know, I help people do their shadow work, but sometimes that can happen in a weird kind of way where they actually like I have people just have a go at me out of nowhere, and it's like it's fucking draining. So, Yeah, you've really got, that's the lessons you'll be given. It's a little bit like, I think that although I wasn't talking about my twin flame, I think they're making me tell that story because it's like at that point I didn't know what a twin flame was. That's the difference about my unique story actually. I didn't know what a twin flame was, but back then I had the total blinkers on and I knew what soulmates were. And I just kept taking all this shit because he's my soulmate. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no, that's really fucking toxic. Like toxic as fuck. And thank God God sent you a little fucking bundle of hotness that was your twin flame, you know, because again, remember, I told you to split up from the other one. So I always made that clear. I wasn't fucking seeing two guys at the same time, right? Because the twin flame was seeing a lot more fucking women than we just be anyway. But it's, and like I always say, I'm like, look, for all I know, it's like fucking, you know, oh, I don't know. He had a secret life away from me. That's a twin flame sort of thing. So that was none of my fucking business. But we did know a lot of the same people. But there's, yeah, there'll be shit. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, that was always his get out of jail free card. Well, she's not my bird. And I'm like, well, he's not my boyfriend. And we were in some kind of fucked up situation with that too, kidding ourselves on because we definitely fallen in love. That's really calling a spade a spade. It's the fucking truth. He'll be out there saying different, but that's what happened. Just fell in love too young. Fell in love too young. Wrong, right person, wrong time. It's like that white deck that I've got that's triggering as fuck. I picked up a card the other day that's like, I'm just too asleep to understand this love. And I was like, fuck you. I'm going to put the telly on and eat a lot of chocolate. It's like, is that from mine or is that a collective message? But I was like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm not ready. That deck's really triggering. It's really triggering, but it's kind of accurate with quite a lot of shit. Anyway. It's happening again, Nathan, and it's all your fault. You're Chiron and Scorpio. When I fell in love with her originally, I just thought this is what I thought you meant. When I fell in love with her originally, I just thought we were soulmates. It took 3 years for me to know she was my true twin. Wow. And again, it can take people a lot more longer than that. But this is the thing. Sometimes it's not that they don't know. Although sometimes it is, they don't know what a twin flame is, but sometimes it's like they know, but they just can't handle it. That's when you're kind of fucked, you know, for the moment. It's like you just, it's like that card says, I'm asleep. I'm too asleep. You can't blame somebody that doesn't get it. Just fucking move on. But again, if you want to move on with other people, that's your call. I personally didn't choose to go that way and I don't regret it either. So that's, you know, my story. Because like I've said before, and it is quite funny, but I've said it, whenever I didn't try to move on, but whenever there was a moment in time, I did try to keep myself for momentarily. And I mean, it just makes me laugh. And I mean, I tell that story. It's not really, there's not a lot to tell, but what I will tell is I tried to kid myself on for a wee bit of time. And he just ended up being a fuckboy. Do you know what I mean? Like that's basically, and I never even got that, but that's what I'm saying. It's like whenever I was like, oh, he's a good lady, whatever, you know, maybe he'll distract me for a while. It just always turned out being a wanker, you know. They're nice enough guys, but they're just like a fucking player. I just attract players. I don't know. You know what I mean? So it's like I'd rather just fucking be going to sleep at night knowing I've got nobody cheating on me out there. And coming from a counsellor, that's a big statement because I've had counselling, I've still come to that conclusion. So it really is just my soul being like, no, I'm not doing it again. And I think about it, I've been single for 20 years. So the karmic really put me off men. I mean, that is his fault. Let's say I said I'm not into blame. I said I'm not into I said I'm not in blame and guilt, but that really is his fault. That is his fault. But it's there's just no other way to put that. But I could have if I wanted to. But I'm being serious. Like to the best of my knowledge, nobody's asked me to be their girlfriend. Like nobody has actually asked me to be. Oh, that's really funny. I've got a friend in spirit that died young, and he once came through to a medium and was like, I always wanted to ask you out, but I was too shy. So that might be for someone too. It's really funny. So I just felt as in. I bet I'll hear one of his songs now, but it was like anyway, sorry, this is what I mean. I've been sitting here that long, they can talk to me like they're just right next to me. I'm actually starting to float off in a cloud energy. I need to go soon. Right. So Draft day is when college American footballers get drafted to play in the NFL. That's like what that She's the Man's about. That's what she's annoyed that she can't play in because she's a woman. I'm sure it is. It's a chaotic day, so many distractions, and about him navigating it and going with his gut on the players he chooses. It's quite interesting. I have my boundary with people, take the piss too many times, and then you don't get the same access to me. I'll be civil, but that's it. And beautiful. That's your Libra rising, because that's the thing about Libra. Although Libra energy is, the shadow. Well, I don't call it it's not exactly the shadow side, is it? But it's the bit that could be not so good for you and good for others. Is people pleasing. Like you could be, anyone that's Libra, anything could be, could just be people pleasing and really nice to everyone else, and then it's kind of not so good for you until you learn your better boundaries. But the good thing about Libra is when Libra is like, that logical kind of, when they want to, when you want to be Queen of Swords, like cut somebody off, you know what I mean? You can do it. Yeah. And you need that because you've got a Pisces sun and a game which is unconditional love. But like I always say, when you're that kind, you've really got to watch with the people that, but again, it's like, you've learned and grown with that too. Yeah, we all do. She can't handle me, so I need to give her time to heal it. Again, Nathan, like I'm not saying every time you talk, but yes, it's just, I think it's like, I suppose I just choose to go the way that I just own it. Like I'm really deep, as you can see, like I'm really deep, and you make me look even deeper than I am. So I really don't know if you're doing me a favor or not, but it's happening. It's kind of like, if you're really deep and you don't really allow others to open you up like that ever, or not very often, that's kind of terrifying. If you've developed any kind of feelings for something, that is quite terrifying if you're not used to it, because you're afraid that if you're going to open up like that on that level, and then they're just going to fuck off. But I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I could have taken that approach, but I didn't, you know what I mean? But that's me. But again, this is what I mean. This is where I don't really, that's what I'm here to help people with. Do you know what I mean? That it's like, yeah, I terrify loads of people. Do you mean? Like, there's some people are just not up for it. But again, I suppose that's what I mean. Like, I don't speak like this all the time, but it can definitely go there if the mood takes it there. But again, it's like that comes with boundaries too, because I used to get in a deep, intense chats with someone every single day, but that doesn't happen now because I've got, like what I just said, Charlotte, I've got better boundaries and I don't allow that to happen. Whether that be me going down the beach wanting a walk myself and not wanting every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry the day fangs coming up and telling me whatever, is happening to them, because quite a lot of shit's happening to a lot of people in the world, because it did used to happen, and it actually never really happens very much now, and I'm glad of it. You know what I mean? There was always a story to tell, but that's because remember I was telling stories like that more often, where like mind you, it hasn't been the summer. I was about to say whether it's the old lady that's fucking sandals that went out to sea, literally, and I literally found the other one much further along the beach. That was a bit of a lukewarm one. Or that day the dog was looking like it was about to drown, and I happened to arrive right as the woman was crying. She was a dog walker, and it was quite sad. The dog's fine, but I like prayed and was like, right, sort that out, and the dog swam back. Listen, it's hard to do, but it's a true story. And she even felt it. She was like, it was right as you walked up, and and I was like, I was fucking getting ready to dive in and get the dog. But yeah, that shit hasn't happened for ages, and I do feel it's got something to do with me having better boundaries. Is it like but again, when there is a crisis and I'm nearby, they're going to send me. They are. Like, I'll just think I randomly need to go for a coffee or I need to get out for air, and there'll be some kind of something happening nearby, and it's just so that I can send a bit of feeling. Right, okay. But yes, whoever that resonates with, she can't handle me, so he, whatever applies, can't handle me, so I need to give her time to heal as well. But you do, like, you know what I mean? It's like, you just need to be yourself, however you be yourself. Be as much yourself as you can be. I need to go and get a drink, actually. It's probably because I've been on here for ages. You just need to be as much as yourself as you can. and whoever can handle it will handle it. But again, I don't, like I'm saying, it's in the way that I do it is very extreme, because I'm well aware of the fact that some of the ways that I can be will it will just push my twin even further away. But what I'm saying is, twin flame or not, whoever it is meant to be in your life. Brothers and sisters, it will be a definitely yes at some point, if it's meant to be. And your twin flame, it's always meant to be. To get along with others, see the love and the best within them. The answer to your question is a strong yes. And then I just shuffled and pulled out definitely yes again. So you know what I mean? Like, they use me to tell my stuff to tell you, to curiosity. Yeah, that curiosity sparks in them at some point. So just be great. Think about the people and things you feel grateful for. At some point, they will get, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. See what I mean? Everything I say really does mean something. I just said I need water. Water, because I've been sitting here for fucking ages. I really am a trooper. It's my fucking birthday. But the thing is, I don't care, because it is just, I've had a lovely birthday for like 4 days in a row, and I'm having more. So it's kind of like, this is, again, it is like my birthday is like a bit of a week, isn't it? It's like, this hasn't happened for a few years, by the way, but it's like, this is one of these never ending ones. I'm just going to receive it. But yeah, look, I just said I need water, and I've pulled drink more water and eat foods with water and such as fresh fruits and vegetables. I've just pulled the card that says water. Teamwork. Work with others to make this situation come about. Yeah, and that's basically saying that is my weird and wonderful, unique purpose. Right, I'm going to pull the card from Charlotte, and I'm going to go. Actually, I didn't use this day. It's really just keep people company for a dark time and heal you. Do you know what I mean? On the twin flame journey, because it's weird. I've practiced my rest and bitch face over the years as a visual boundary when I'm out and about. Yeah, we all need that. I've definitely got that. I've got fuck off stamped off on my forehead. Unless I'm like, smiley, cheery, Claire, you know what I mean? Then I think I don't think I attract. I attract a lot of people, actually, when it's right now, because just for the next few days, because remember, like when I said, when the window cleaner was chatting me up, he was like an older man, and my mum was laughing. It's because that's my 5th house, so that is when people tend to fancy you more. So it's like I'm emitting a sexual vibe of like playful energy, and it can sometimes pull in the wrong folk. So but that'll calm down when it moves into the 6th house, that's just your everyday life. You might want to look when your 5th house stuff is going on and see. There's a theme. It is exact. Right, okay. I feel a bit faint. I need to go. What do we need to know from this deck? Oh my God, that's hilarious. Dietary change. Improve your diet and your life will also improve. They're like, get the fuck off. Get the fuck off, Claire. Flower power. And I did say that about flower. Spend time with flowers and flower essences to increase your personal healing power. Perfect timing. This is the right time for you to move forward and get to your fucking bed. Right. Right, I was gonna pull a light worker oracle, but they're far too long. We can't do that. Oh, actually, do you know what? This is a bit of like one of my favourite decks. So she's 5th house for the. Oh, right, you've got your Mercury retrograde in the 5th house, have you? Oh. But you see, yeah, so what sign is it in, Charlotte? That's good for work too, by the way, because the 5th house is creativity. So it's like playful creativity. And what sign is it in? Are you not? Oh, wait a minute. Is it in Taurus? Wait a minute. What sign is? Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be Taurus, isn't it? So is it in? Yeah, Taurus. Yeah, I just thought I had to work that out because Mercury. I just realised you meant for this Mercury. It's in your 5th, right? Yeah, so we could think things in that area of creativity, inner child stuff, or stuff with your actual children. Yeah, it's my sixth house. It's my everyday. Oh God, that could get difficult in here because it's everyday stuff. Wait a minute. Why am I saying? Actually, it kind of. Wait a minute. It's not. Fuck. No, it's. Oh, could get even more interesting. It's my seventh house. Anyway, right. So, just realised that actually that's very interesting. Right. So let's hope I'm not pulling people back from the past that I don't want to. Right. So this pull back the people from the past that I want. Right. Why am I? Oh, right. Look at this. And I'm sure I asked to see that word today, so that's quite funny. And the other word, oh look, and I just said playtime to you, and playtime was there. Playtime. The dolphins know the importance of play and joy as it creates miracles and manifestation, and that's what we've been doing here. And have faith. Your prayers are manifest and remain positive and follow its guidance. Self-forgiveness. Let go of old guilt and remember that you're God's perfect child. And that's because I channeled about the guilt and shame and all of that and it not being of any good. Because look, even I've told stories about folk that done some really dark shit to me. And I even forgive them. So, oh God, they're stuck together because they're new. I wish, you see when people shuffle like that, I wish I could shuffle like that. I need to find somebody to teach me to shuffle like that. It's not good if your headphones are up loud though, and you watch somebody that does that, you're like, oh fuck. It's because I go to sleep listening to videos, it's no good. I wake up in the middle of the night listening to some random woman reading my soul. Remember I said I fell asleep listening to someone and it rolled on. Remember, Charlotte, you were laughing. It was like it rolled on to, and I mean it was all really speak to me, but it was like I was so fucking in a trance. I felt drunk. And basically every word of it was resonating so much that, but I was so asleep. So it wasn't a dream. I literally was. I was on someone's video, but I was so asleep and in a dream, and it was resonating so much that I was like wanting to hand her money, but obviously it was like I was like, and I was like, oh, but I haven't paid you. Like it was really weird. And then it was like the next day, I was like, fuck, that really happened. But again, she must be soul family. Like that's crazy. Like it was so real. Like I wonder if that's happened to anyone. I was like, it was just weird. So I tend to not do that now. That was when I forgot to press off autoplay. Now I probably get about 10 minutes into a video and I fall asleep and it's like good. Because it's not actually good. You can't be, don't get hooked on falling asleep to YouTube. Although this flat is very noisy and there's a bit in the middle of the stair that when it's the slightest bit windy, it sounds like the roof's about to cave in. And so me falling asleep to YouTube's quite good because I don't hear that. That's probably why I've lived here longer than anyone else did. Right, anyway, what do we need from this deck? What Hero's Journey card do we need? Oh, look, and this is called Hero's Journey Dream Oracle. I wonder if that is about it. I don't know if that was just the name or if it's dream. Right. Give us one to hammer it home. Is it going to, I don't know how you would round up the weirdness of what I spoke about tonight. They just pulled me to laughter's the best medicine again. Fucking hell, by the way. Charlotte, you've done it again. I remember when you got me a deck before, and again, it's always going to be the right thingy, but I did think, I thought, oh, this is quite interesting because I'll use that now. And it's like, but I've just spoke about the past. And by the way, I really didn't, you can see, I'm like, why the fuck am I telling this? Because I don't like doing that. But it's because it's in the past. Like I said, it's literally 20 years ago. It's, people change again. I'm sure everyone that I was speaking about here, everyone will have learned and grown and changed. And oh my god, what the fuck? So anyway, but I was speaking about the past, and Mercury retrograde's coming, and that is about the past. And we've got let go of the past and breathe in your new incarnation. So I really do think the weird way in which they talk to me, when I was talking about a past self of mine, like my younger Claire, that well, it's just letting me be fucking trampled all over. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you know, I've had to go on shamanic journeys to be like, what are you doing? Fucking, you know, cut this off long before you mean, okay, although it doesn't change the, you know what I mean, it changes the brain chemistry and it's anyway, whatever. It helps you feel better, basically, is the point. That's really what he so whether you see it as like kind of and logically you can't change the past. You actually can. You can change the way your brain reacts. So it just depends on which way you want to see it. But with past lives, shamanic, we describe it a bit different, but it's you know, you've basically, there's something here about rescuing your younger self. And I'm not just talking about your inner child, because you can tell whether it's got to do with me that night, like how, as much as I made a joke of it, I felt humiliated. You know what I mean? Like I felt humiliated. And yeah, I mean that's really long and short of it. And then also it was shit because she was always telling me how horrible he was, and then like that really did fucking show. I was like, shit, how can I fucking argue with this? Do you know what I mean? You can be always just going through a phase. He was obviously just fucking tripped up and fell down and just, you know, tongues fell in her mouth. You know what I mean? And you can be like, it's not my boyfriend. It's just I just fucking act like he's my boyfriend, and he just fucking is obviously like, you know, whatever. Anyway, but it was, you know, so what you would do if something like that is if you've got a bad memory of somebody doing something like that to you, whether it's in love or a friendship or family or whatever, you journey for yourself back to that moment in time and you counsel yourself. And the thing is, like I said, or this is what I would do for you in a session is we would go back to that. And I say again, I can do that in a shamanic journey, but I can also do that in a past life regression where we go back to that moment. It can be quite traumatic because, like I say, although this was a very long time ago and I've done healing around this, they're getting me to tell that story that it's like you go back to that teenage self in that situation and you just be like, look, you didn't know any better. And now you do. And what would you say to that younger self? And it helps you to hear that from yourself. But you know, you just do some sort of healing around it. Because you think, well, what's the point? It's in the past, but there is a point because if you're still stuck in the past, like a lot of, I'm going to, you know, home in on men actually. There's a lot of men that are actually stuck at a certain age. Like, you know, when you see all the time, it's like when I've told these funny stories before about when I was going on a girls' holiday. I mean, I didn't go on many girls' holidays, but the ones I did go on, I wasted all week Scorpio rising, flirting with someone till the very last night, and then I maybe sort of pulled them on. That's a true story, by the way. How bad is that? Like, that's how shy I am. I mean, that's a mixture of shy and low confidence from being involved with wankers. But it was like, you know, there was one holiday, we we're only there for a week, and I like flirt, like me and this guy fancy each other the whole week. And it was literally, I pulled him on the last night. So, I mean, you know, go me for that actually happening. But I mean, I could have been like at it every night with this guy. But like, you know, it was like, and again, when you're only there for a week, do you know what I mean? It's like, anyway, whatever. I don't know why I'm saying it, but it's true. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, you could really prolong that over years or decades. You know what I mean? But one of the other, that was actually the last girls' holiday I went on. It was kind of funny because it was like, you can just tell this man was like, he was like about 50 or something. And he was like, I've told the story before, but it was like he was walking up the aisle, his can, and he was just like, all right, all right, all right. And it's like, you know, he's obviously been a bit of a looker back in the day, and he still thinks he's that. And he's literally walking up and I'm like, listen, mate, you're fucking ages with my dad. Fucking sit yourself down. That's embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? Didn't say that. I was just like, all right, I fucking hell, give me a drink. I hadn't slept. I was delirious. I'm not telling the rest of that story. That was fucked up. I'd sat up all night watching I'm not even into politics, but I'd sat up all night watching and actually I really see, I wasn't very awake at that point with stuff like that. Because I studied politics. Don't ask me how, right? I was doing a social work degree, didn't even want to be a social worker. I wanted to be a counsellor, and I studied that to get to do the counselling for it all go tits up, put me in a dark night. So long story short. But I had to do politics, and so I obviously was a bit of asleep to the fact that none of it fucking matters, because it doesn't matter who you're voting for, they're all in the same team. They're all yanking your chain. Sorry, that's the truth. I know that my mum goes on about all the time, the woman fought for the votes, and I'm like, yeah, but I said it yesterday, I was like, but mum, whoever you're voting for, it doesn't matter. They've already decided and they're all in the same team. Corrupt. Anyway, that's my opinion. But I didn't know that at the time, right? So I don't know. I got caught mistakes. I'd sat up all fucking night, hadn't had any sleep. And then we started drinking all sorts of the plane. And yeah, I went fucking doolally, man. I'm not even going to, it was fucking mental. Don't be a medium in a channel and you just don't drink full stop. If you stop drinking. Anyway, that was my decision. But anyway, see, past self. I'm telling you more of my past self. But we need to stop now. God knows what stories I'm going to go in next. But look at this. Be reborn daily. Wow, I love it. This is a very long one. And I'll have to watch it in bits if I want to watch back bits of this to get what the other bits are about and cringe like a fucker. But be reborn daily. I say it all the time. You can wake up tomorrow and decide to be a different person. Because I'm talking about versions of me that I'm not now. Makes me cringe when I tell some of these stories. But I also know it'll help people. 4 and 6 is 10. 10 is endings. It's not quite the end. It's not quite the beginning. It's a liminal space. That's what we're in right now. The balsamic dark moon. We're not quite at the new moon. We're right before it. We're in the darkness. Everything's a bit unknown. And also, Aries is new beginnings. Oh no, I was going to say, but we're just coming out of Pisces moon. That's the end, and this is beginning. I think that's what I wrote yesterday. Let go of the past and breathe in your new incarnation. Be reborn daily. So that's the one I'm going to read. But on the bottom, look what I was talking about. I always talk about quantum leaps, but like we've got number 7. So the 7th of May might be significant, and or July. And time for a quantum leap. Prepare for a makeover. I'm telling you, when I talk for this long, that's what this was about. It was about helping us take a quantum leap. I think it's to do with this being the twin flame union energy. That's what it is. It's nothing to do with it being my birthday. They don't give a fuck. They're like, listen, we just gave you fucking 4 days of it being your birthday and people treating you in that. So you'll have to sit here for 4 hours giving all this out. I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? It passes the time for the happy birthdays I never got. Do you know what I'm saying? That's probably what it's doing too, actually. I should have done that last year. I spoke through my birthday and let's just stay here till it's the 19th of April. I can't do that. I need water. Oh my God, I've just opened the table. The table? That'll mean something. I've just opened the book at the unknown is your friend. Learn and lean in to embrace what's next. And I just said about the unknown. Right, let's read this. What am I reading? 46. I was talking to the kids about me 20 years ago. Say, oh, that's interesting. And that's what I've been doing. Do you know what? I think it might be. I'm sure that might be right. I'll do my research on that tomorrow if I remember, right? But I think there might be links. Personally, right, there's links from every eclipse to one another. Because I don't know if I've told that story before. Even if I haven't, I'll tell it now. It was 8 years ago. 8 or 9 years ago. It's 8 years ago. I was in an airport on an eclipse and I found 2 Coke bottles, when they had the names all over them. And the only ones, now nobody, don't be trying to guess names and shit like that. I mean, you can't, obviously you're not getting a point for guessing mine, but like the only 2 names were mine and my twin flames and there was no other names. And I was like, fuck. It was a weird time in my life, full stop. But and that was when I was at a point where I didn't really mind. Well, I didn't really give a fuck. I was just talking about them all the time, anyone that listened, and everyone was fucking sick of hearing it, basically. So someone might be at that bit too. So I ran over at my mum and dad and I was like, look, what are the fucking chances of this? Do you know what I mean? And they were like, oh, fucking hell, man, here we go. Do you know what I mean? I was like, do you know what this means? This means like eclipses link from the, I said, so I don't know when, but this could be 10 years. That's kind of significant. This could be 10 years from now. This could be 2 years from now. This could be 4 years from now. But eclipses link onto one another. This means something. Remember this moment. They're still waiting to find out if I was right. But basically, yeah, that it does mean something. So obviously that wasn't 20 years ago, but they do link to one another. But I think there is specifically something about this one. I remember one of the other eclipses that maybe the one that was either a year ago or 6 months ago. I remember saying it was specifically 18 years ago. And that was significant to me at the time because maybe it was even 2 years ago. Because I remember at that point, maybe must have been in the pandemic. Like I'd known my twin for 18 years. So it must have been one that was 2 years ago. But this year it's 20 years. Yeah. Again, that's where I don't know the technicalities, but maybe because I was talking about something that was 20 years ago, literally. Maybe, like I say, it was maybe even 21 years ago. And because I'm actually just trying to think, I actually might not have met my twin at that. I think it might have been right before it. I think it was right before it. So maybe somebody watching this, you haven't even met your twin. Because I don't even think I had. No, I definitely maybe I think it was like I think it was right when I'd met him. Because that's what I mean. He was just new and exciting, but like it was, and again, it like wasn't. It was something like that. I was still very interesting. Anyway, and then I also went to do a supply job, and literally the two wee boys fighting that day were my karmic's name and my twin flames. That was a fucking hilarious, by the way. It was. I'm not kidding. It was like a class where it was like it was it was additional sort of support thing. So it was like, but I couldn't fucking believe it that TV boys fighting when I was like, that's mental. So that means something too. Your twin and your karmic are fighting in the astral. Wait a minute, I'm not shitting you. I think I seen somebody's thumbnail that said that the other day. I actually did. That is actually a thing for someone. Oh my god. And again, it could be whatever. Christ, that's going too deep now. But I did see that and it's just come back to me. We went to the shoe shop I worked at when I was 18. It looked so different. We were doing very Mercury retrograde things today, weren't we, Charlotte? It's weird, isn't it, to take a trip down? Because I think that club that I just spoke about, I think that's still a club, but it's called something else now. And I bet it's still a grotty wee shithole. But you know what? It was great if you just wanted a night out and you knew what to expect. Do you know what I mean? Right. Do you bless your water, Claire, or do you consider it blessed enough? Well, that's a nice question. I do in my own way. Like, because why not? Do you know what I mean? It's like more, to be honest with you, I take it one step further, Nathan. I don't drink unless I was really desperate, I don't drink the tap water because it's got, it blocks your third eye. That is true, guys. But if I have to, I like do a little, prayer over it or whatever and be like, take the stuff out, whatever's in it. Like, for instance, actually, I need to do my food shop tomorrow, so I've not got any of my fizzy water or plain water or anything. So, actually, I just drink cups of tea and coffee. Do you know what I mean? Say yes to your higher calling. I just answered. But yeah, basically, sometimes, not all the time. Divine drunkenness. That's what's happened to me right now. Surrender to your spiritual reverie. That's so funny. That is what I've done. Intoxication. Being drunk in a dream signifies a desire to drop your inhibitions in love or a spiritual reverie. This dream might come as a message to take a sober look at your life and what you're truly committed to. This is for someone. Oh God. I am high on life and off my rocker with the overwhelming beauty that surrounds me. That's so funny. Because that is what's happened to me. I'm like on some kind of high because I've been on here for so long. It's like I've accessed a weird level because my back's on fire. Like the healing that's coming through my back to you guys is like on fire. It's like if I'm ever around somebody else that's drunk, I get drunk. It's really weird. Like I won't be able to remember things the same as if I was drunk. Very weird. But it is a thing that happens. So why waste money? Do you know what I mean? Be drunk off the other person. Right. 46. But I was thinking the other day, I was like, I do want to dance. Like are clubs even the same? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. I need a party to go. Right. So, but I don't want to be around the people. It's all a problem. Do you know what I mean? I do miss dancing like that, but whatever. I've got a wedding on October. That's quite a while away. And right. Be reborn daily. let go of the past and breathe in your new incarnation. I'm going to go after this, guys, because I can't actually believe how long I've sat on here. But it'll be for a reason. Dawn and resurrection are synonymous. Well, that's funny. Someone was saying the name Dawn to me earlier. The reappearance of the light is the same as the survival of the soul. In every moment, you can begin anew. With this next breath, know that you're wiping the slate clean and releasing any baggage you've been carrying thus far, because you no longer need it. I'm telling you, this is about all the karmic stuff that I've channeled. It's like whatever you went through, leave that baggage. Exhale the past completely. And as you inhale, open yourself to a whole new vista. Oh, that was the word I was like, what does that mean again? A whole new incarnation, a whole new story. I was about to say a brand new, a whole new world. That's too high. A dazzling something, something, something. La 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 la. No one to tell. Is it not like no one to tell us no or where to go or say we're only dreaming? That is the words to that. It's something like that. Listen to that. It's probably going to be relevant. It's Aladdin. That song's pure cheese, isn't it? A whole new story of who you are and why you're here. You selected this card on this day and this moment to remind yourself that you're always at a crossroads. There's always a choice. The reset. Oh my God, this is so eclipse. I love it. And this is too long that some people wouldn't have made it the year. And even if you do, you'll have fallen asleep. So I'm telling your subconscious this. The reset button is in your hand. What new story would you like to tell? Who will you be today? What if the entire world is comprising for your greatest good? What might happen if you chose to see everything as a blessing? Oh, what the fuck? Right, I'm not even kidding. This is weird, right? My friend today, right, I was talking about something and basically she was like, you're not going to fucking believe what I listened to and I knew you were going to like it. And it was literally something about something being a blessing or a burden. And then this is ending by saying what might happen if you choose to see everything as it. So it's, whether you see something, So it's about when, and I haven't even listened to that thing yet. I'm going to do it when I go to sleep, but it's like generally, and this is what's funny because I wasn't meant to listen to it because I bet you I'm going to channel whatever this thing is that I'm going to listen to. But she said already had what I was talking about is about, and the point is, this is divine feminine, divine masculine, and you can get the balance of wherever you want to be. So it's like, but if you're looking at a situation like it's the worst thing in the world or a burden, there's every chance your twin is the one that looks to the opportunity and the miracles in it or the blessings. And what you've got to do is you've got to kind of meet somewhere in the middle. You balance each other out, but that's, like I said, I'm aware that it's like I'm definitely, well, basically, if I'm the one that can always look on the bright side of things, it means whoever my twin is not likely. It doesn't mean he's always, well, hopefully it doesn't mean he's not always doing that. Definitely not. But you know what I mean? It's easier for me. So again, I don't know which one yous are that are watching, but, and then, I think it swaps and changes about, but that's basically the point of it is, whoever that's going to resonate with. Because there's things that happen in my life where I'm like, but no, it's not very, dark shit happens to me and I can usually always see I can usually always see the blessing in it. That's weird, but right. A dream of birth is about coming into a whole new, we've just had Easter, so is coming into a whole new incarnation in which you may be unrecognizable to yourself, but that's actually talking about the dark night of the soul. That's talking about who you were. This is all the stuff I said like last week, isn't it? Who you were and how you acted in the past, even if it was like yesterday, is not who you are tomorrow, if you want it to be that way. So that's definitely for those of you that have woken up to all this shit that you've done in the past that you're not really very proud of. And again, we've all got shit like that, guys. I've got a lot of it too. A lot of it, like I said, a lot of it involving drink. Fuck, there's some nights I'm like, if I could actually just fucking seen what was going to happen that night, I would absolutely have stayed in and watched X Factor. Thanks very much. and I even said that to my family today. I'm not being funny, but it's like, I fucking love the age I'm at now. Do you know what I mean? I love an early night and a cup of tea. Like, I really do. And if that's boring, fucking, well, I'm boring. Do you know what I mean? But I did just say as well, see, the only reason I'm wanting to dance is because it's the very last degrees of Aries, and like I said, Aries is my fifth house, and then it goes into the sixth. So it's like, that makes sense. I mean, I could be talking about a lot of other shit because it's also sex, do you know what I mean? But I mean, I'm wanting to dance, so horizontal dancing to me. But you know what I'm saying? That's what happens in your fifth house. Right, so the sooner it goes into the house of the fucking Virgo everyday routine, the better. Right, so um, the birth process is symbolic of the chaos and pain that can be incredibly blissful and joyous if approached with consciousness. Oh my God, I didn't know I was going to say that because, as you know, I've just got this today. And it's what I just said though, isn't it? I can always see the meaning even behind the pain in my life. Or I was going to say, or other people's, because I can definitely see when shitty stuff happens to other people why it's happening too. I've always been able to see that. But you don't say that to people when they're in it. I could say it generally on here because I'm here to teach people about that, but you don't fucking say it when there's a time and a place. But for myself, I can say that. Yeah. I can usually always see it when I'm in it. So it's like when I went through that in my uni course as well, I actually did see why it was happening. But it still annoyed me when people were pointing out. That's how angry you are in your dark night. So you do just want to tell everyone to fuck off. And they probably don't deserve it. So don't do that. You will do it at some point, though, and you'll be like, I really shouldn't spoke to that person. Off. My whole world is falling apart and everything I once knew is falling to shit. I don't care what wisdom you have to share with me. That's like your monkey brain. And then when you come out, you're like, oh my God, I need to go and apologize to that person. Allow for the contradictions, the pushing, pulling, and messiness of this transition between who you used to be and the improved self you're expanding into. Be extra gentle, soak in the bath of unconditional love. Breathe deeply and allow yourself time to move slowly as you take baby steps towards discovering yourself and your life anew. And it's kind of like, it's like twin flame or not, but obviously I heal twin flame. It's kind of like if you're aware, well, if you have to be aware of yourself if you were the person in that, no matter how long ago it was, but you have to be aware of if you and your twin flame are then in union and somebody has had more recent experiences of not good stuff. That obviously, yeah, things are going to, so this must be happening to someone that it's like, you can't expect somebody to like instantly know that you're not that pit. Like there will be moments where people like might go back to, that's trauma, isn't it? When you're going to get flashbacks of going back to a moment where the way that somebody acts reminds you of, you never want to be reminded of your ex, do you? But it's going to remind you of somebody from your past. But what you've got to do is that's where you would know it was your twin flame, because I'm obviously, again, like I said, I'm channeling about people that are, sorry, when I'm itching my nose, it's like it's the spirit world, but it's like the sage too, but I'm obviously channeling about something in the future. I'm channeling about someone this is going to be helpful to now. It's like, yeah, again, I'm being shown something in my life as well that happened a few years ago, and it was just with a friend of mine, and there was a few of us, and she went back to the past about something, but basically it was like we were all talking about something. It was actually something that I said that triggered her to go back to, again, and this was years and years ago, and it's anonymous, but it triggered something. The way I was being, and this is important actually, because I was in my dark night of soul, and whatever it was I was talking about how helpless, and I think I was just sort of basically saying that, I was feeling pretty helpless, and I was, I was just feeling like people weren't there for me when they could have been. But again, I now look at that all really pretty differently. But I was in a place of pain, right, is the point. And your dark night, so it fucking sucks, right? Some of you are in it right now, and if you've been in it, you fucking know what I'm saying, right? So it's like, you'll just know. And if you don't know, I'm afraid, sorry, you've not went through it yet. So I pray for you. I pray for all of us. But in this moment, like, I was in that place, right? But I was kind of coming out, and I'm just trying to think, was I still in it? It was actually some time after it. So I think actually I'd come out of it. But anyway, I was out of the worst of it, and maybe I wasn't fully out of it, but I was out of it enough. And anyway, but I must have been out of it enough, because I was talking about something from my place of pain. But this is how complex people are. This is why you should always just forgive people. Just forgive people, no matter how much of a fucking whatever word you want to use, because like, I was talking about something that was painful about me, but whatever I was talking about triggered something really deep within her, and this is the skill that I've got, right? Because even my other friends were like, I didn't, know what the fuck was happening. I thought she was really fucked off at what you were saying. And it wasn't that. I was like, wait a minute, where have you went? And bear in mind, like, guys, you know what I mean? You know what happened in my counselling course? It was fucking so that comes from those skills, but it also comes from my Pluto, is that, yeah, like, I'm good at what I do, because it was like, I was just kind of like, wait a minute, I need to put aside what's happening to me right now, because this is more important. And anyway, long and short of it was, I was like, wait a minute, you've not went quiet because of me. And she couldn't even talk. And anyway, the long and short of it was, the place that I was being in reminded that person of someone else in their life. And so I had to shelf. And again, I'm not expecting any of you to be able to do that, because, like, say, even like very skilled counsellors who, like, more experienced than me, wouldn't be able to do that. It's like, not everyone would be able to do it. It was a subtlety that I could have still made it about me, because it was, what I was talking about was serious, but I knew that this was more serious in that moment. I really actually can't explain it. So, but I suppose they're getting me to talk about trauma. So yeah, the point was, I shelved what I was talking about and managed to ground this person enough to bring her back down, and it was all very, it was intense. But again, it's probably because I've always just been this healer, because it was a group and we were talking about it, it was like it became some kind of group experience, intense. So thank Christ I got led to officially sort of do this, like, to learn how to navigate that, because it's hard. Again, it's not easy to sort of do this stuff. But yeah, so again, what was I talking about? I was talking about twins and union, wasn't I? So see what I mean? That's the energy of this day. So there's definitely something here with me talking about that it's like, it's just realistic that you can't expect, even after people have went to therapy, whether it's you or the person, the both of you or whatever, or it's like, that's going to happen. If you've had horrible experiences, whether it be in romance or anywhere in your life, it's going to happen. And I suppose the fact is, you can reinvent yourself, like that card saying, you can be reborn, but it's like, to live in fear that you're going to get hurt, and to keep running away from it, like, forever, or to worry that someone's going to hurt you like someone else is going to hurt you, like, it's not the answer. Do you know what I mean? But again, I can say that to people, and some of you are still going to do it. Allow for the contractions, the pushing and the pulling, and the messiness of this transition between who you used to be and the improved self you're expanding into. Oh, I already read that. I already read it all, but I must need to read it again. I open my heart and let myself be reborn daily, so I may revel in a new, improved, lighter and brighter version of who I am. That's the mantra. But the message is, again, you can be reborn every day, but I'm done, because I've been on here for fucking ages. But it had a meaning. It had a meaning. Right. Yep. Been getting the communication mixed up already. Oh, Christ, I know. We've got all that fun and games to come. Again, it's like, I said it, oh, look as well, Union is sitting here. Flirt and Union. The union of divine soul counterparts is a miraculous event that begins when you least expect it. My contacts are being cloudy. I can see clearly now the rain is gone because I just said that. That's what it reminded me of. Yeah, well, I've said it before, if you want to get those conversations in before Mercury retrograde, you better hurry up because it might even be tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or it's the 21st. When's the 21st? Is that's Thursday, isn't it? But anyway, have a blessed night, Claire. And again, happy birthday. These messages were much needed, right? Oh, good. My work here is done then. Yes, I will. I'm just getting straight to bed. Fuck that. I'll have a shower in the morning, man. Yes. I fucking spoke myself into needing sleep. I've hypnotized, I've put you into a trance and I've put myself into a trance. That's hilarious. That is a skill. That is a fucking skill. I've just spoke so long, I'm fucked. Quite good though. I love that. When you're just that tired. There's nothing worse, right? See when you wear contacts. This happened the other day, but I think I have my glasses on and I was like, yes. But you're actually like so tired and you want to just fall asleep, but you've got your contacts in and you're like, shit, I can't do this. You know what I mean? I know it's weird. Is it, Charlotte, did you feel weird when you turned 39? Like when my pal said that earlier, I was like, that's fucking weird, man. And it's even weirder that I was telling stories from 20 years ago. And I'm like, I can't believe I fucking acted like that. Like, I can't believe I let that person treat me like that. But I did. But that shit never happens again. When you let somebody treat you like that once and you fucking learn the karmic lesson, that was the fucking lesson. That's for someone too. You'll no fucking do that again. Or you might. But then after that one, you'll look and you might do it again and again with the same fucking person. You'll be like, fuck that, I've learned my lesson. Give me my twin flame. That's hard, but it can't be as fucking hard as that, and at least there'll be the good bits with it too. Right. And on that note, I'm going to say peace out. Laughter is the best medicine. No different, but I'm feeling old when I say the number. It does feel old, doesn't it? I mean, I know I'm like I really want to be 40, and I'm like, come on, like, it's not like I'm going to have a party. Well, I might, but I mean, it's not like I'm going to have a party then. But this rate, I'm probably going to have no pals at it. Do you know what I mean? No, I will. I'll have the fucking friends that I count on one hand. I'm saying one hand. It might go in this anyway, but it depends who we're counting. Does my mum count as one of my best pals too? Like, do you know what I mean? Because then I'm going into 10. Then I'm going to, and then if I'm counting you guys, I'm running out of fingers. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, but I do. 39 does feel old. It does, but it's fine. It's all good. I'm not depressed about it or anything. I might be tomorrow. I might be like, fuck. My life is pretty weird. I'm telling my life story on YouTube. How did this happen? How did this happen to me? How did this happen? But I don't know. I'm rolling with it. It's fine. When we say 20 years ago and we're still adults, yeah. And it's the same thing. It's when you watch the films as well. Like when I've been getting led to these films and I'm like I said this the other week, but whenever I catch scary movie, I think the neighbours are gonna be like, shut the fuck up. Whenever I catch scary movie, right, I'm like, oh god, that was 10 years ago. And then it's like, I'm like, wait a minute. No, that was 22 years ago. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, no, this is not even fucking happening. Like, what the hell? We're coming into the best times of our lives. Fuck it, let's go. Charlotte, that's a good note to leave it on. Fuck it, let's go. We are. And I'm telling you, I don't know what the fuck it is that's happening to me at 40, but it's going to be fucking good because I've been going on about it for a long fucking time. And I bet you what it is. It's just fucking peace. Absolutely, my soul will be at peace. Hopefully that doesn't mean that I've croaked it, but I'm joking. I'm joking. I think you never know what I'm talking about and the people that aren't going to be happy about it. So just fuck it, let's go. Live your life like it's the last day on earth. You never know what's coming. I don't know. I don't know why I'm saying this. It's a bit worrying, but as far as I'm aware, I'm here for a long time. I'm going to live till a very old lady. I was told that once, which was kind of terrifying. Right. This is the point where I have to find how to end the video. I'm absolutely fucked now. I'm taking these contacts out, washing my face and falling fast asleep. So thank you for sitting here with me. Oh my God. Thank you for sitting here with me. And I'm ending the stream at 1:44, at 11:44. It's 1:44. It's 11:44. This was meant to be. I'm going to come off, and if I've seen other similar people have been live for a long time, that there was meaning to that. That's weird. Yeah, isn't that weird? I'm ending at 11:44 on the union number. Again, we don't need to know what it was about, but see you later. I'll see you tomorrow. If I don't come on tomorrow, it's just because this was really long. I might not. I'll just feel into it. But sleep well, and I'll see you. Oh my god. Well, you know what I look like in the morning after a night out when I've not fucking washed my makeup off. That's happened for a long time, but right, see you later. Bye.